Turtles.
Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
leatherback turtles. オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は、上から見ると他のカメに比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてケールがある。モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで、水の抵抗が少なく早く泳げるのではと考えられています。そして、もう一つ、見た目の大きな特徴として、他のカメのような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は、細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが。
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. Sorry I'm a little bit late. This often happens on Tuesdays. But I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad that you're here. Welcome, welcome. If it's anyone's very first time here, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. As you hopefully know already, a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work mostly on dinosaur fossils in particular, but most paleontologists do not. I'm certainly in the minority there. Paleontology is a very broad field, studying all kinds of different critters, from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales, from fossil ferns to fossil frogs, and everything in between. I happen to work mostly on dinosaurs, though. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, what I excavate during the field seasons, and what I talk about here on Twitch. Although today, we're going to be having a special focus on turtles for Turtle Tuesday. So I'm glad you're here for that. We're going to be talking in particular about this remarkable animal, Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. But we'll be talking about turtle evolution in general today, and then whatever else you happen to be curious about. Given that this is a live broadcast, interactive, got the chat window right there, we're going to have a conversation about natural history, about the fossil record, about extinction, evolution, the origins of biodiversity, and conservation of living species. So if you've got any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask them. That's why I'm here. That's the bread and butter of our streams. And again, I'm glad you're here. And look who else is here. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? She has been just circling around like a shark for the past 15 minutes as I've been trying to get ready for stream. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie?
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Like Petrodactylus. Thank you for the 42 months of support. I appreciate that, Petrodactylus. Thank you for protecting me from extinction for the past 42 months. It's a long time, Petrodactylus, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Also, Amelia Bedelia, thank you for the 48 months of support. That's almost a whole year. 22 minutes ago, during our cold open there. Amelia Bedelia, thank you for your ongoing support. Thank you, Petrodactylus. This is the reason I can do this full-time, is because of good folks like you. So thank you. Sweetie Pie pushing around the camera. She loves to do that. She loves it. It's like her favorite thing. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie. And thank you, Petrodactylus. I appreciate you. Yeah. Not circling like a vending machine. True, fall machine, yeah. Vending machines lie in wait for unsuspecting prey to approach. And they lure the prey over with promises of sweet treats. You know how they work. Nefarious things. Hello. Oh, hi. How you doing? How are you, sweetie pie? How are you? What's going on? There you go, Crimson. Yeah. She's showing us your books. She does that, Wolvulus. Yeah, she's quite fond of that. She loves to do that. Huh, sweetie pie? Yeah. My goodness. Are you this desperate for cuddles right now? Or do you want treats? Or what's going on? What's your deal? What's the plan here? Huh? What's the plan? What are you up to? See, she's not very good at communicating her needs. Gotta learn to use your words, sweetie pie. Can't read your mind. Anyway, but yeah. And Alexander Morrison, well, the pipe is like that. It's a permanent fixture here in this house. Yeah, you'll see that later. Anyhow. And hey, Tigromania, welcome back. Good to see you. Hello, everybody in chat. Let's go through real quick. I think we've already lost the top of chat, but I saw Kodali and I think Matnum33 up at the top. Golganek and the Lenina, always wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. Fall Machine and a lot of messages from the same dedicated early birds. Phoenix the Archaeologist, howdy howdy. Nightfall the Red, what's shaken? Science Streams, hope you're doing well. Blint, it's good to see you as always. Blint and or Lita. Never can tell with those multi-person channels, you know? Huh. Yeah. Cat hair up my nose. The Mayor of Space, what's shaking with you? Always wonderful to see you, Mayor of Space. Lordy, howdy howdy. Happy Turtle Tuesday to you. Crimson Carnotaurus, what's shaking? Scoobs and Rushwing. Charlie's Dragon, howdy howdy. Always wonderful to see you, Charlie's Dragon. Hope you're having an excellent day. Wolvulus, how are things? Welcome back. Alexander Morrison, howdy howdy. Gav1816 and K's Kuchin. Kevin661 and Petrodactylus, Dr. Hubs and Amelia Bedelia, Disco Fountain, and your tail is in the way. I'm trying to read the chat, sweetie pie. Brianna Sings, howdy howdy. The Trek Nerd, what's shaken? And with Ginkgo, what a cool name, by the way. Ginkgos are some of my favorite plants. They've been around since before the time of the dinosaurs. Really cool. Totally be Alex, howdy howdy. Harry Vetch, what's shaken with you? Good to see everybody. And Nelf, did I say hello to you yet, Nelf? Hello, Nelf. If I did, then hello again, Nelf. Anyhow, we are going to have a good stream today. Should be pretty casual, I think. I don't have a whole lot on the roster, but we're going to be doing Metazua, got to do a Blue Sky post, and then we'll also be, taking a look at a documentary, kind of a YouTube documentary about the evolution of marine turtles. I think that'll be a nice springboard for discussion here, and we'll see what else we get into today. Again, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them, especially on today. I know yesterday we had a topic in mind. I had like a whole roster of different things to go through for the 140th birthday of Willis O'Brien, stop motion animation wizard and dinosaur wrangler. We don't really have that today. So we can go wherever we want in terms of subject matter. But I think we'll probably return to turtles periodically, because that's what I have in the background of today's stream, which you could see if Sweetie Pie weren't monopolizing our view at present. How are you doing, sweetie? How are you doing? Oh. You want some treats? Is that what you want right now? Is this a shakedown? Alright, alright. I can be extorted, I suppose. Oh, what's in here? Good things? Good things for Sweetie Pie? Let's see. Does she want them? Apparently. Okay. She's accepted our offering. And might as well got yours done and ready. Nice, Petrodactylus. Well done. Hey, Arid. Good to see you too. And Lilith Hobo. Tuatara's Day is a neat idea. World Tuatara Day, I think, is May 2nd, which I'm probably not going to be streaming for. But, we'll see. We can have a World Tuatara Day observed. That would be neat. Where are you going? Oh. Well, she has fled. Yeah, Sweetie Pie's like, oh, let's blow this taco stand. I'm done with this. Earth will be back. She always is. And Camaro King, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Dark Muppeteer, what's shaking? Good to have you. Yeah. Here, before I forget, let's do a Blue Sky post real quick. Let's see if that's usable. Screenshot there.
Tribune.
Yeah, let's use it. Save as. There we go. Oh, and I forgot to, well, not forgot. I guess this is the right time to go live on Blue Sky. Let's do that. All right, beautiful. Look how it's 2 p.m. already. Shoot. Yeah, we are a little late today, as often happens on Tuesdays. All right. It's Turtle Tuesday. It's a Turtle Tuesday stream today on Twitch, wherein we'll be discussing the evolution of marine turtles. Let's say sea turtles. Including my beloved leatherback, as well as whatever else the good folks in chat are good folks in the chat are curious about. Join us in paleontological camaraderie at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Paleontologizing. Looks like it's spelled correctly. Behind me are a life-sized 3D print of a gigantic Archelon rear flipper plus a 1/3 size leatherback turtle. Some ammonites and some framed prints related to some framed figures of related to marine turtle evolution. There we go. And let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. Anyway, Gay Hibiscus says, I don't know if you saw the celebrity discourse of certain celebs saying they hate cats. What? Like, in general? Like, Felidae? They're just... Why? What? Huh? I don't understand that. I mean... For one, who cares what celebrities think in the first place? Like... I don't understand that. And two... I don't know. I'm not even gonna think about it. Whatever. Yeah. I do have some friends who are like... Oh no, shit, that's not... Shoot, that's not, cats, it's dogs. I have a few friends who are like, who hate dogs and are terrified of dogs, and to a certain extent I can kind of understand that, because one of my friends was attacked by a dog when he was a child, and I don't know, I can see how that would create a phobia like that. But yeah, I don't know. I've been attacked by dogs before too, and I don't know, I just don't like dogs. Anyhow, yeah. You haven't shark acted. There you go, hey Hibiscus. Yeah, yeah. Anywho, yeah. I think it is a... What's the term? There's actually like an established empirical data supported idea that like you can get roughly 20 to 30% of at least the American populace to agree to any crazy, outlandish, bonkers, insane notion. Just like whatever it is, you can find roughly a fifth to a third of the American population, and they will wholeheartedly agree with it, no matter what it is. There's like a name for this in sociology, and I don't remember what it's called. But yeah, makes me skeptical at surveys. I mean, there you go, Murph. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Been headbutted by a dog once. That's an interesting... I worked briefly. This would have been around 2012 or 2013. I worked briefly as a driver helper, like a... Oh, hang on.
Soldiers and their weapons.
Wurgle, Wurgle.
Powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
I'm sorry, the what?
The beast.
The who?
The beast.
I didn't catch that.
The beast.
Again?
The
Could you
beast.
repeat it?
The
One more
beast.
time?
The beast
I'm just not
from
getting it.
20,000
Shoot.
fathoms.
Thank you, Urgle Wurgle, for the 12 months of support there. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Urgle Wurgle. Say something. Oh yeah. one winter break, coming back home from Montana to the Bay Area when I was in college, I not volunteered. I got a paid gig as a UPS driver helper. And hang on, holy moly, Urgle Wurgle, 20 gift subs there. Amazing. Holy moly.
20 subs.
Really appreciate that, Urgle Wurgle. Thank you, thank you. Getting us closer to our sub goal there. Phenomenal. Thank you very, very much for that. Again, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living, and our gift sub numbers have been kind of declining over the last few months. Maybe that's a recession indicator. I don't know. Thank you, Urgle Wurgle, for helping plug that gap a little bit. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your support of science outreach here on Twitch. There are 20 lucky viewers who won't have to watch a single ad on this stream for the next month. It's 30 days from now. 30 times 20 recipients. That is 600 days of ad-free viewing for this community. I appreciate that very much, Urgle Wurgle. Thank you for your generosity. Yeah. Hachi Machi indeed, Lilith. Well, yeah. What a great exclamation. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I often do. Hogan, thank you for those 100 bits. Appreciate that very much. I think we're probably pretty close to a hype train here. I want to say it changed, and there's the threshold for starting a hype train is a little bit higher. I bet you like one more nudge will do it. And it should get us pretty far, given that we've already had 20 gift subs from Urgle Wurgle. Anyhow. And hi to you too, Mushale. Oh, and Andrew, how are you doing, Andrew? Wonderful to see you as always. Andrew says, I've been bitten by dogs several times, but that's what happens from time to time when your mother owned a kennel. There you go. Yeah.
If you're feeling
fair.
a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Matt M33, for the 100 bits. Thank you. The hype train is stuck. I don't know what's going on. But I appreciate that, Madam 33. Thank you. Gimplek says, I've been bitten by humans, but that'll happen from time to time when your mother owns a daycare. Exactly. Or if you're a dental hygienist, or a dentist, or, I'm sure there are other jobs where you have to stick your fingers in people's mouths.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. Splendid. There we go. That's kicking it off. We've got 2 minutes to try and get to hype train here. ER workers. There you go, Hibiscus. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Lenina. That did it. I think, right? Or very close? Why is the threshold so high for a hype train? That's a little odd. Anyway, thank you, Lenina. That'll do it.
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic.
Canyonero boy.
They died out so long ago, their
Lovely.
fossil bones remain,
Hi.
so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Thank you, Canyonero boy, for the prime there. Splendid. 17 months with prime there. I appreciate that, Canyonero boy. And Gav1816, thank you for the 100 bits. Bank, thank you for the 100 bits. That did it. We've got a hype train starting off at level 5. Thanks to Urgle Wurgle's generosity there with all those gift subs earlier. Beautiful. I love that. Yeah. Superb. Sorry, level 4, not 5. You're right, Lenina. We're approaching a level 5.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Lordy, for the 100 bits. You didn't have to do that, Lordy. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, maxillofacial surgeons, periodontists, and orthodontists, also people who have to stick their fingers in people's mouths. And someone said I've been bitten by dinosaurs. They have quite a chomp, even the small ones, says Trek Nerd. I've been bitten by avian and non-avian dinosaurs. Well, bitten. I have been injured by dinosaur teeth before in the field. And by other parts of dinosaurs. I lost a fingernail to a dinosaur one time. To a Leptoceratops. It grew back eventually, but, yeah. And Moosh Alley says, because of this channel, among many other things, I found out I love surf rock. Surf rock is... it's pretty good, you know? And Petrodoctus says, wait, like the whole nail? Yeah. I wrote about this on my fieldwork blog in the Hell Creek way back in like 2013, 2014, something like that. But yeah, I was out with Denver Fowler and Jack Wilson and Jacob Gardner and Holly Flora. I was out there in the Hell Creek Formation at Hell Creek State Park in north of Jordan, Montana. And this is like the day before 4th of July. I was telling that story from yesterday when Joe Johnston was with us out in Livingston. The Cardboard Castle, the AT-ATs, all that stuff. This is the day before, so I said that we barely made it out there. We barely made it out of camp because we were working at a just a little bit before this, we were working at a Leptoceratops bone bed. Leptoceratops is this dinosaur. One of my favorites. Kind of underappreciated. This critter. Let me find you a good picture that really does it justice. That's decent there. Yeah, little Leptoceratops. We have good evidence now that these guys were burrowers, which is pretty cool. And it was from this site that we were working that we kind of had that realization. This was Denver kind of figured this out. Anyway, Leptoceratops, really cool dinosaur. We had a bone bed of them, and so we had some smallish jackets with articulated Leptoceratops limb bones in them. And anyway, we'd had these there in a cattle shed that we were staying in. And then, yeah, we took those from Hell Creek State Park, and we were at a different place in the Hell Creek Formation. So details aren't really super pertinent. But anyway, we had this pile of Lepto jackets, and then we needed to bring them back to the museum. It was July 3rd, it must have been. 2nd or 3rd. And, we were digging up a Triceratops, and that was kind of like, we almost had to pull an all-nighter to be able to get some of those important skull bones out. That was the cliffhanger trike quarry. So we managed to do that, and then we're like, oh shoot, we're running out of time. We've got the 4th of July celebration to go to with all of the other Museum of the Rockies crews. They're all going to join up and a big blowout party. Like, we got to get on the road, like, soon. And so we're throwing these... Not throwing. We are quickly but carefully taking these big fossil jackets. Here we go. Yeah. These big plaster and burlap cocoons holding important dinosaur fossils. We have to load these into the truck. And so we're doing this, and we're like, okay, well, you know, we got to be quick about this because we're kind of running out of time. And then we see these storm clouds start to build on the horizon. We're like, oh, shoot. What is this? And so we're like, oh, man, we really have to get a move on now because if those hit us and that dirt road gets washed out, we won't be able to make it to 4th of July. We'll miss the party. If the road's washed out, we're stuck here. And so we're like very quickly trying to get everything into the truck, and these clouds are just speeding toward us. And they're getting bigger and grayer and darker and meaner looking. We start to see some lightning. We hear the thunder. And then when we've almost got everything together, they hit us. So it starts with rain, and then hail, and then we're like flailing around just trying to get everything packed into the truck so we can get onto the road and speed toward civilization, toward the pavement before these roads get washed out. And as we're doing this, I'm trying to cram some of these jackets into the back of the truck. Big Blue was the truck that we were using, and it had a sliding cover that went over the bed. Let's see if I can find a picture for you there just to help set the scene. Let's see. Big Blue was always our favorite truck. Big Dodge Ram 3500. With the shoot. Where's Big Blue? There's Big Blue. Yeah. Can't really see it super well here, but there's a cover over the bed. And so I'm just trying to get the jackets down underneath that and then slide it across. So in all the hustle and bustle, big Leptoceratops jacket slams down on my hand. And it like bounced. Got me right on the pinky finger. And immediately I knew something was wrong. Like something feels off. It really hurt, but like something was amiss. So we get into the truck and we barely make it out of there. This truck was sliding around all over the road and everything because those roads up there in Garfield County, Montana, when it rains, they just turn to what we call gumbo. So there's this bentonite, this like volcanic ash mixed in with a lot of that sediment. It's from the Bear Paw Shale Formation. Back when there was an interior sea in the middle of North America, where you had giant sea turtles swimming around, right there in Montana. That's what the road is made out of, is this ocean bottom sediment that's got volcanic ash mixed in with it. And it's something to do with that bentonite. When it gets wet, it swells up and it just turns to snot or glue or just something viscous and sticky and slippery. And we barely made it out of there. And I'll never forget it. Denver, I'd never seen him drive like this before. But he was just swerving in one direction and swerving the other and spinning the tires, and he's able to kind of just barely inch us forward bit by bit until we finally hit a patch where the tires could actually gain traction, and then we were off after that. Here we go. And he he threw on the perfect track off of his MP3 player too. Let me see if I can find that. There we go. As we're just racing along after this, trying to get away from these storm clouds that are pursuing us, basically. So as we're doing this, I'm looking down at my finger, and the nail had started to come up off my finger. Like it bounced, and it basically, like, it must have severed the connection and like the nail bed right there. And it just starts oozing this orange pus. And oh man. So over the next few days I had it all wrapped up and everything, and it turned black, and eventually the nail just fell off. So I just didn't have a pinky nail on this finger for a while after that. But it grew back. So yeah, it was it all worked out in the end, but I could say I lost a fingernail to a dinosaur. But you'd never know it looking at the nail now. It's, you know, perfectly fine. So it's just part of the resilience of the human body. But anyhow, yeah. Yeah. Hogan says the story is wild until he forgot it was a story about a fingernail. one of these days, years in the future, if there are still book publishing companies, I'll write a book about my stories from the field. One of my favorite books of all time is a book in that same vein by Michael Novacek. I recommend this book every chance I get. Time Traveler by Michael Novacek. This is it's like a fieldwork autobiography. So Michael Novacek, who's a prominent vertebrate paleontologist, I think he might still be president of, vertebrate curator, or paleontology curator at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. But, yeah. This is him recalling all of these stories from his life in the field. And man, did he get sick and injured so many times. He had so many crazy misadventures. He nearly dies, like, probably a dozen times throughout the book. But it's written in a very, unpretentious way. He's an excellent writer, but it never comes across as snooty or highfalutin. It's the sort of book where you read this and it's, I say this a lot, but it's kind of like an adventure novel, but you're learning a great deal about the history of life on Earth as you read it. My dad got this book for me for my 10th birthday, I think, when it came out. And I was hooked. Holy cow. The paperback edition of this has a blurb on it. I forget who wrote it, but they said, if there's a young person in your life and you'd like to see them go into science, get them this book. It will inspire them. Time Traveler by Michael Novacek. Good stuff. Yeah. So anyhow. Yeah. A Red Cherry Pie says, why only in the future? Because I don't feel like my first book can be a fieldwork autobiography. I've got other books that I'm currently working on. Like, I've got projects that have been on the back burner for a while. Things that I'm writing, like, in-depth outlines for. I don't have enough of a reputation where a book that I write about my fieldwork experiences could take off at this point, you know? It's not really a first book kind of project, if that makes sense. So yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Broken there you go, Dave Nevius, yeah? Yeah. Anyway, good question though, Red Cherry Pie. Yeah. Yeah, anywho. Did I forget to share a link for the Blue Sky post? I did, didn't I? Here we go. If you would like to interact with this post, that is... We've had a few people come in from Blue Sky before. This is a good way to try and... advertise the stream, I guess. The whole point of these broadcasts is to try and bring natural history to the people. This is my means of doing science outreach. Trying to make science more accessible for folks. So I don't have a huge following on Blue Sky, but it's a high quality following. And I can hope that, I don't know, a few more people will show up from that platform and join us. Yeah. And Red Cherry Pie, that last song, whoa. Let me go back. The title here in the files is For a Few Guitars More,
Let's protect
5.
our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Davy Jones, holy cow, thank you for the Prime sub there. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the community. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Enjoy the emotes, like these leatherback turtle emotes that we have. these, or these, or these. We got a bunch. Anyway. Dinosaurs are cool, Davy Jones, absolutely. And I've been very lucky to be able to work on dinosaurs for the past... I'm not going to say how many years, because that'll date me. But for a while now, I've been working on dinosaurs. Close to 2 decades now, if you can believe that. Shoot. Let me put this book back. Anywho. It's what came up on Shazam. No, that probably is it, Red Cherry Pie. I bet you it is, because with a lot of these songs that I download, I might download the entire album as one file and then slice it up. So it'll be the name of the album and then just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it probably is the right song title. Yeah. Anyhow. Oh, and Urgle Wurgle says, I come across the term articulated or disarticulated about bones often. Can you explain the meaning? Yeah, you're probably overthinking it. It's simpler than you would imagine. Articulated just means that the bones are together in life position when the animal died. Disarticulated means it fell apart. So, let's see if I can find you an example here. Occasionally we get articulated specimens that are just gorgeous. So... yeah. I just downloaded a file so I could try and 3D print... yeah, this specimen right here. This is Geholosaurus. This is a little ornithischian dinosaur, little beaky plant eater. And see how it's in life position? The bones are there, still in their proper places. It's a little twisty, and after the animal died, it may have been a burrow collapse. But anyway, this is articulated. The bones are in articulation. Disarticulated means that it's fallen apart. And articulated skeletons do stand a higher likelihood of being more
Dinosaurs
complete.
were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
And HD, thank you for the
Or the
31
kind you
months.
dream of in a bad nightmare.
After 31 months, I'm disarticulated.
Well, we still found all of you here, HD. Thank you for the 31 months of support. Appreciate you. Yeah. But yeah. And disarticulated also comes with that sound effect. Yeah. It exploded. It fell apart. It's disarticulated. See, Casey knows what's up. And Snowdenchi says, an articulated doll is one that has more realistic joint mobility. Yeah, so that means that they're... So here. I have an articulated Tyrannosaurus model here, which means that it's got movable parts, it's got joints that you can manipulate like this. Articulated. That's what it means in the context of, like, I don't know, manufactured goods, I guess. But in terms of fossils, articulated means that the parts are together, you know? Yeah. Yeah, and oh, this is awesome, Casey. Yeah, again, I've talked about this before. This is from Beasts of the Mesozoic, and I grabbed this while it was on sale. But this I use as like an artist's maquette, so that I can, I don't know, if I want to get the lighting correct on a Tyrannosaurus painting or something, I can, in the perspective and all of that, I can use this. It's like one of those posable artist models. You know, like one of these, which is also articulated in a way. You know? Yeah. If I really wanted to, I could paint it, I guess, but I kind of like that it's just gray, unpainted. I can supply my own color scheme in the piece of 2D art. Yeah. Anyway, I hope you're doing well, Casey. Wonderful to see you again. I hope your stream was excellent yesterday. Sorry I couldn't stick around too long. But, hoping this is a sign of Danny Paleo Art to come. I have a few different projects, Casey, yeah. Between you and me, some friends in Utah might be working on a brand new genus of dinosaur, and I might be doing the life reconstruction for the paper. So I'm excited about that. Yeah. Maybe we'll even do it on stream. I don't know. I gotta ask permission. See if that's possible. But I suspect we'll probably get a yes. So yeah. It'll be tough. I mean, I didn't give you any specifics, so I. But yeah, I'm excited at this idea. Yeah. HD and HB says, I thought an articulated T-Rex meant it was well spoken, like an articulate bus. There you go, HD. Yeah. Well, exactly. So time to start doing some sketching? Yeah, Casey. I'm excited about this idea because there's a thing in paleo art where the first reconstruction of a new dinosaur, everybody kind of copies that subsequently. So you can kind of set the stage for like how people will think of this animal afterward. I'll give you an example. So here. Scelidosaurus is a good example. This is really cool early armored dinosaur from Europe. There's a motif that I've noticed. It's not really coming up here on Google Images. It is a little bit, okay. A ton of reconstructions show this animal looking over its shoulder. Looking behind it like that. And somewhere I've got a folder full of images of just all of these different artists showing Scelidosaurus looking backward over its own shoulder. And I think it might stem from a particular illustration by John Sibic that he did for this book. Let's see. Fabrisaurus, Scutellosaurus. Where's my Scelidosaurus? There we go. Yeah. Famous illustration of Scelidosaurus. Looking back over its shoulder like this. And everybody kind of copied this. You see this in plastic models, you see this in paintings, you see this in statues outside of museums and stuff. It's just a trope. Scelidosaurus very often is looking over its shoulder, and I think it's because everybody copied this illustration. And would its neck be that movable? Probably Charlie's Dragon. It didn't have a super short neck. Yeah, here's another example right here. Looking over its shoulder. This one is just a direct copy. Yeah. Oh, and here we go. Yeah, here's an even earlier one that John Sibic must have been inspired by. I'm being kind and saying inspired by rather than ripped off. But yeah. I wonder if it's something to do with this being one of the earliest armored dinosaurs. There's another example right there. Looking over its shoulder. Where, oh man, this animal's armored? It must have really had to look out for itself. Like, yeah. Head on a swivel. Lots of meat eaters want to eat them. Gotta stay alert, Scelidosaurus. But yeah, it's totally a thing. The suspicious Scelidosaurus meme. could even do that as like a cold open video one of these days. If I could find the... If I could find an appropriate song to put behind it, I could just have a montage of those. Yeah. Like that Michael Jackson song, Somebody's Watching Me? That might be a decent one. I'm trying to find a cover of that right now. Trying to find one without 277 million views. And it was, I'll just do the original. And we'll just have it not show up on the, But yeah. So imagine this with Scelidosaurus and the... Yeah. Yeah. That's not Michael Jackson, that's Rockwell. Anyway. So I could do a cold open video like that over all those Scelidosaurus looking over their shoulders. Be pretty easy to do. Yeah. And the chorus, which is the only part anybody remembers, was Michael Jackson. Thank you, Mayor of Space, for clearing that up. I appreciate that. I'm gonna write this down, because that might be worth doing. Here we go. And the book I just had out, that was David Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia. This one, which I talk about way too often, but it was a huge part of my childhood. Like, this book was a big deal. The Illustrated Encyclopedia of Dinosaurs by David Norman, illustrated by John Sibbick. There will never be another dinosaur encyclopedia like that ever published that's that comprehensive, because it would just have to be too long. There's like 10 times as much literature now as there was in the late 70s, early 80s when David Norman was writing that. There will never be a more comprehensive dinosaur book. It's just too much information nowadays. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Padawan says, what is your favorite dinosaur? Oh man, I've got a few, Padawan. Asking me what my favorite dinosaur is like asking somebody with too many kids what their favorite child is. For diplomacy's sake, I can't pick a favorite, you know? It would be untoward to do so. But I'm very fond of Triceratops and other ceratopsid dinosaurs. I've dug up a ton of Triceratops over the years, so those are certainly up there. Spinosaurids, like for instance Baryonyx. One of my very favorite dinosaurs. There's a paper on these guys that I really need to get published soon. I gotta talk to Denver about that, actually. Yeah, there's a What a beautiful baryonyx there. Holy cow. Leptoceratops is another one, like I just talked about earlier. These guys are some of my favorites. Love Leptoceratops, because again, I've worked on them, and we've got a really cool paper hopefully coming out pretty soon about these guys. They're so neat. You gotta love Leptoceratops. Just lovely. They're so neat. And then Trirarchuncus is another big one. This is Mononychus, which is a very close relative, but Trirarchuncus would look more or less identical to this, based on what we know. But I'm one of the authors on the original descriptive paper for Trirarchuncus. That is right here. Last Alvarosaurid. And there's me in the author list right there. So yeah. Yeah, I'm very fond of that critter. Oh yeah. Good stuff. And oh, so Newt. Thank you for the 2 months of support, oh so Newt. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 2 months. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. And Crimson says, Leptoceratops is a cool little guy. I remember first seeing them in the Lost World Jurassic Park for the PS1. I believe that stands for the PlayStation 1, right? It's you versus them as a Compsognathus. That's really funny because Leptoceratops and Compsognathus would have never met one another. Compsognathus, this little critter, is from the late Jurassic period. There was more time separating Compsognathus and Leptoceratops than there is separating Leptoceratops from us. We are close. You and me in Twitch.tv are closer to Leptoceratops in time than Leptoceratops is to Compsognathus. It's fun to think about, you know? Yeah. Styracosaurus and Dimorphodon. Yeah, they lived on different continents at very different times. That's funny. Yeah. And there you go, Claire, yeah. A little too rhymey, huh? And Luke Herman's Gaming, yeah, it's the same deal. Leptoceratops is from the Hell Creek Formation. It lived alongside T-Rex. I really like this illustration. It shows a Lepto facing off against a Rex here. That big doolop right there on the throat is speculative. We don't have evidence that they had that, but it's possible. But yeah. I like to think of these guys as being, you know, they're small, but they've got a big nasty beak on them. They would have been kind of squat little dinosaurs. I think of them as being almost like a badger or something like that. Be like, hey, don't mess with me. I'll mess you up. You know? I'll bite your ankles off. And given that we have evidence that they lived in burrows, it does make them seem even more badger-like, you know? Yeah. Anywho. And Dr. Princebone says, who's that fella with the hammer on his tail? Are you talking about a club-tailed herbivorous dinosaur? Like, for instance... Shunosaurus? I know you're not, but there's multiple different groups of dinosaurs that have all independently evolved these clubbed tails like that, which is pretty cool. This is a sauropod who, I've actually heard some people say that they doubt it actually had a clubbed tail. But yeah. But anyway, you're probably thinking of an ankylosaur, right? There's a whole group, ankylosaurids, that had these clubbed tails like this. Here we go. Yeah, and these would have been formidable weapons. I've worked on... Actually, I don't know if I've ever worked on an ankylosaurid, but I've worked on nodosaurids and whatever Gastonia is multiple times. Like, yeah. Anyway, these guys are really cool. Yeah, pretty neat animals. That's why Scelidosaurus keeps turning around. Envy, says Victorious. There you go. And Casey says sauropod with a clubbed tail is mind-ending. Curious why people doubt it. I thought the fossil was pretty distinct. Yeah, with Shunosaurus in particular, I've heard people say that they think it might be a pathology. But I wonder if that's made it into Wikipedia yet. Yeah. Yeah, because the tail club itself, from what I can see, like, you could interpret that as being just a lump of either diseased or damaged bone. So as it was healing, it kind of got inflamed and just... Yeah. If you've got a long, wispy tail like that, the caudal vertebrae on the distal end, at the end of the tail, they're really, really thin. And if that were to get stepped on, or if it were to break because you're smacking your neighbors with it or whatever, then, yeah. Published in 1999, was a discovery that the tail ended in a club, equipped on its top with two successive spikes, formed by cone-shaped osteodermis with a length of 5 centimeters. I guess it hasn't been published yet, but I've spoken with some sauropod researchers who are like, yeah, I don't really buy the whole club tail thing. I think it might be a pathology. So I don't know. This is just gossip at this point. That hot science goss. Thank you, Cast Meow Black, for the 29 months of support, or 19, whatever it is.
19 motion 10 Scianti.
Either way, almost a whole year. Thank you, Cast Meow Black, for your continued support. I appreciate that. Yeah. Gotta spill the dino tea. There you go. Yeah. Science gossip. Or... Anywho. And Davy Jones says, are there any other animals that use their tails as weapons nowadays? Absolutely, yeah. Scorpions are a good example. But stingrays will also do that. They have those venomous barbs on their tail. Yeah. Pretty cool. Lizards, especially like iguanas, they will use their tails to whip attackers or rivals or whoever. Let's see. Nile monitor tail whip. Here we go. Yeah. And with a big enough lizard, that can potentially break skin or break bones. Like, it's pretty formidable. Like, you do not want to be on the receiving end of that. Yeah. Let's see, other animals that use their tails as weapons. I'm sure there's probably invertebrates who do that, like scorpions, they're slipping my mind right now. But in terms of vertebrate animals, thresher sharks famously do that. They'll actually use that to stun their prey, which is really cool. So that's a predator using its tail as a weapon. Yeah, pretty nifty. Check it out. And orcas knock things around? They do. Yeah. Nope. Not designed. Evolved. Let's give credit where credit is due. Anyway. Watch this. Whack! That's nuts how they do this. It almost doesn't look real. Yep. Isn't that cool, Claire? Nuts. See, I'd always read that thresher sharks did this, but I assumed it was like a lateral strike, or they'll swim through and then they'll go. But no, they do it almost like a scorpion, where it goes over their back. Just nuts. Bow. And thank you, Luke Hermans. You get some good sleep. I'll see you around. Appreciate you being here. Hang on, did you catch that? So that strike is powerful and fast enough to diffuse gas out of the water. So it's splitting up water molecules into their constituent atoms. Bonkers. Pretty nifty. Thresher shark. Yeah, cavitation, exactly, Claire, yeah. Yeah. So here's the thresher doing that. Bow! See, up and over the back. Nuts. Padawan says, is this shark alive? Absolutely, yeah. Threshers are around... Where do they live? I want to say that we have them off the coast of California here. We do. Yeah, common thresher shark. So I guess they're not really open water pelagic sharks. They like to live near the coast. Which makes sense. But yeah, pretty widespread. Again, the dark blue kind of fringing the continents, that's where they like to live. Yeah, and in the Mediterranean, yeah, pretty cool. They're neat critters, thresher sharks. Just a ridiculously long tail, you know? How cool and weird is that? Anyhow. Before I forget, hopefully we've got... Okay, we still have an hour and 3 minutes for Metazua. But, yeah, here. Since it seems people are interested in thresher sharks, let's watch this quick video from Animal Fact Files on them. Because they are really cool. They're just fun to talk about. No closed
These
captions
sharks
on this
are
one,
easy to identify because they have long tail fins. The
yeah.
upper lobe of a thresher shark's caudal fin, or tail fin, may be as long as the shark's entire body.
Yeah.
There are 3 thresher shark species, and they range in size from the smallest, the pelagic thresher, which reaches 12 feet in length, to
Oh, the pelagic thresher shark. I'm guessing these guys, they're more open water species, given the name. Let's take a look. Pelagic thresher shark range map. Here we go. Yep. Yeah. All the way across the Pacific. I guess they're not in the Atlantic. You could have used a different map projection here so that their range would be contiguous. But yeah, they're not hanging out here in the Atlantic. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting.
to the big-eye thresher, which reaches 15 feet in length, to the largest and most well-known species, the common thresher, which can reach 18.8 feet in length and possibly longer. Now, all these sizes are
Bubbles.
including
Oh, that would make
that
sense,
long
Michael Mayer.
caudal
Yeah,
fin.
okay.
Thresher sharks are considered not
And
dangerous to humans, though
Very funny attack rack. We will be talking about turtles, leatherback turtles, and other marine turtles in just a little bit. Again, with a special focus on this incredible species, Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. We will be talking about them in a little bit, but for right now, we're going off on a tangent and talking about thresher sharks.
of course they should always be respected, just like any other
And I hope you've been well too, Attack Rack. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah.
wild animal.
Chicken Bacon Swiss says, I like turtles. I do too.
Observations from divers indicate that these sharks are shy and will flee from bubbles created by scuba gear.
Huh.
Thresher sharks are found throughout tropical and temperate waters around the world, though the different species have different preferences on where they live. The pelagic
And Gravity say, we call this one Tiburon Zorro. Zorro shark. Interesting. Zorro like the swordsman. Not like the Spanish word for fox, right? Or maybe it is after the tail of a fox? I don't know. Anyway.
thresher shark is absent from the Atlantic Ocean, and, as suggested by its common name,
Gay Hibiscus says, they're very cowardly. Probably unlike Zorro in that sense.
is typically found in the open ocean. Pelagic thresher sharks live from the surface to 492 feet below the waves. They may be seen on beaches with a narrow continental shelf, and they're occasionally seen on reefs near drop-offs and seamounts. Common thresher sharks tend to stay towards the surface of the water, and they're often seen near land, usually no more than 75 miles from the coast.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to the rest of this video, because this was a tangent here, and I don't want to go off the rails too far. Especially when we've got an excellent question from Trick Tracks there. How different would ecosystems be if there was a gap in Central America? Oh, man. That is a major topic of discussion and research and fieldwork and publication in Cenozoic paleontology. Because North and South America didn't used to be joined at the Isthmus of Panama. That is a relatively recent development. We call this GABI, the Great American Biotic Interchange. Here's a nice illustration of that here. If it'll open properly. Come on now. There we go. Yeah. This image is not to scale. I want to make that very clear. But North and South America used to be separate. And then during the, the Miocene or Pliocene? They joined up. So sea levels dropped, and then the continents moved together to the point where there was a land bridge in between, like there is today. And all these critters from up north got to move south, and these critters from down south got to move north. We call this GABI, the Great American Biotic Interchange. And So here's a neat figure. Weird how that opened, but anyway, yeah, you have all these species from down south who, oh, hang on. From down south who moved north, so giant sloths, glyptodonts, toxodonts, terror birds, armadillos, capybaras, parrots. They moved up north because they were originally from South America. And then you have proboscideans like this gomphotherium, saber-toothed cats, llamas, horses, foxes, skunks. Maybe that's a coati. Tapirs. They moved south from the north. So that's just on land. You have all these changes happening where suddenly you have all of these, I don't know if you could call them invasive species if this happened naturally without human intervention, because humans hadn't evolved yet. You have that occurring on land, but then the oceans change a whole bunch too, because suddenly you can no longer swim from the Atlantic to the Pacific or vice versa without going all the way around South America. So this also, it helped isolate critters in these different oceans from one another, and it changed ocean currents, which changed the climate. This is probably one of the reasons why Antarctica is so cold today, is, as I understand it, when you close off those ocean currents, there's kind of a knock-on effect that ended up changing Earth's climate, making things colder. Pretty cool. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And good video on this. Is this the PBS Eons one? Let's see. Yep. Yeah. PBS Eons does have an excellent video on this, which we've looked at before. Come on now. YouTube's so slow. So slow. Come on now. Let's refresh.
Seems to have had cascading effects across Earth. Just over 3 million years ago, a giant ground sloth wandering through a tropical forest did something that seemed unremarkable. It kept walking. But these particular steps were anything but ordinary, because this sloth was doing something almost no big mammals had done for millions of years. It was walking from South America to North America.
And that's probably not the best example, because sloths are actually really good swimmers, and so even before there was a completed land bridge, they made it into North America. Yeah. They're one of the first big mammal species to make that trip, because they did it before the land bridge was fully formed, fully dry yet. They were doing some island hopping.
The land it walked on, the Isthmus of Panama, had only recently emerged from beneath the ocean, connecting the two continents after a 20 million year separation. And suddenly, South American creatures, from terror birds to giant sloths, found themselves with an entire new continent to explore, while North America's gomphotheriums and saber-toothed cats migrated south. On land, the Isthmus kicked off possibly the greatest natural experiment in the history of life on Earth, the so-called Great American Biotic Interchange, or GABI. But in the water, this narrow strip of land did something completely...
Hogan says sloths came in first, can't make this stuff up. I mean, yeah. They're very good swimmers. There are some species of ground sloth during the Cenozoic. Well, all sloths are from the Cenozoic. But, who actually became marine. They were ocean-going sloths. We don't know whether or not they had fur like modern sloths, or whether they had smooth skin like seals. But, yeah. There were, like, predatory whales who seemed to have fed upon them. But sloths who were adapted for life in marginal marine environments. And they may have even had kind of like a flippery sort of thing going on with their limbs. I don't know if we really understand that yet. I'm not a sloth guy. But, yeah, they weren't the biggest of sloths either, but they weren't tiny. Here's an interesting life reconstruction of what they may have looked like. Again, this is speculative. Did they have webbed hands and feet? We don't know, and I don't know what the latest goss is on this. I don't know what sloth researchers are saying, but pretty neat, these critters. Anyway, the point is sloths are surprisingly proficient at swimming, even today. Sure, they're slow, but even your tree sloths, they're surprisingly good swimmers. Quicker in the water than on land? I think you're probably right, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing the dog paddle there at TMK, which it's just a good way to swim if you're a four-legged animal. Anywho, you get the idea. Here's a link to that video there, too. But yeah.
Different. It divided. The isthmus split the Atlantic and Pacific into two separate oceans, and that division would have a much bigger effect on the planet than the land connection ever did. Because this tiny strip of land probably changed ocean currents around the globe, transformed climate patterns, and even helped trigger an ice age.
Again, excellent video from PBS Eons. If you want to learn more about that, here's a link. And Boogie's Bungalow, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. And Casey says, if I had never seen a sloth, I wouldn't believe in them. Such alien-looking animal. Those hands. I mean, they're cool. But the thing is, the sloths that we have today are... They are kind of weird compared to what sloths used to be like. There used to be so many different species of sloth. Like, I don't know how many species we had just here in North America during the Pleistocene. There's a whole bunch of different ground sloth species. And you also have them throughout South America, throughout the Caribbean. Just a whole bunch of them. Lots of different kinds that had different ecological niches. Some of them lived in caves. Some of them would be in more alpine environments up in the uplands. Some of them were more lowland creatures. Some ate trees, some ate bushes, some ate grasses, I presume. Doing different things. And sometimes you'd have, like, I think 3 or 4 different species all living in the same environment. Again, the sloths that we have today, the two-toed and three-toed sloths. I think there's, what, 2 living species of sloth? Folivorans. Here we go. They're not even particularly closely related to each other. Are 2... Okay, never mind, not 2. 6 living species of sloth. Surprising. All we have today are tree sloths. They're all small compared to their ancient relatives. But, there you go. Here are the two-toed sloths. Megalonychid sloths. So these are related to Megalonyx, which is a giant ground sloth. We'll be talking more about Megalonyx. Megalonyx jeffersoni. When we talk about Thomas Jefferson's contributions to paleontology. Anyway, the two-toed sloths are related to that guy. And the three-toed sloths are related to other ground sloths. So the tree sloths themselves don't form an actual group. They're kind of nested within different ground sloth clades. It's interesting stuff. like a lot of stuff at the end of the Pleistocene, the big animals are the ones who died out. Your mammoths and mastodons and your giant bison and giant camels and saber-toothed cats and critters like that. And today, their smaller relatives are the ones who survived. And those extinctions only happened like a few thousand years ago. We're talking like between 14 and 8,000 years ago, something like that. So in the grand scheme of things, not very long ago. And that might largely be because of humans showing up and messing things up royally in those environments. Hunting these creatures, wiping out their food supplies through introduction of invasive species and starting fires and altering the landscape in different ways like that. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah, and sloths are interesting, Casey. Casey says, looks like a bear sloth. Because we don't really know how to reconstruct them. For the same animal, Megalonyx, you'll see some depictions where it almost looks like a bear or something. Some people make it, like some artists make it look more like a modern sloth. Similar kind of hair and face and like coloration. We don't really know what they should look like. You know? You see so many different depictions that are should it look like a bear? Should it look like a modern sloth? Should it look like something totally different? Did they even have dense hair all over them? For certain species, I'm sure they did, but for other ones, maybe not. There's Eremitherium, is often portrayed as having almost elephant-like skin, like in the latest Prehistoric Planets. They show it without a dense covering of fur or hair because it's in a tropical environment. Yeah. Like an elephant. The squirrel is not 20 feet long, nor does it weigh 6 tons. It's a bit smaller. Charlie's Dragon says it looks like it has severe mange without fur. I think the reasoning here is that this is an enormous animal. And so it's not going to need the same kind of insulation as a much smaller sloth. Just by its sheer bulk, it's going to be able to hold on to its body heat better. It'll have a more stable temperature because of its sheer mass. And so maybe fur or hair would be a disadvantage. I think that's the idea. And Gravity says the squirrel looks so modern, I think it's out of place. No, it's not. So here's the thing. This critter, Eremitherium, people would have encountered this. Like, this is not that long ago. This is like last Thursday, geologically speaking. Very, very recent. These guys only died out like, 10,000 years ago? Something like that? Which I think was around the same time that people in the Middle East were inventing alcohol. Like, nuts to think about, you know? Well, it's not actually nuts. It makes perfect sense. But I do feel like that's kind of mind-blowing for some people that these animals lived so recently in the grand scheme of things. No, Harry O'Cad, no. Squirrel's like, I want some of that. And you're all good, Gravity. No worries. Yeah. Nope. Oh, well. And Andrew Memorex, yeah. So Irish elk is another Pleistocene megafaunal species. Went extinct around the same time. Yeah, so in fact it's pictured here. It's one of these critters. Wish this weren't on Reddit because it's so annoying to try and embiggen images when they're on Reddit. But North America. Here's a nice one. Does this have Megatherium? Or Megalosaurus? I don't think it does, anyway. Anyway, there's so many great, big, cool mammals that that existed until very, very recently on 6 of Earth's continents. North and South America, Eurasia, Oceania, everywhere except for Antarctica. Oh, in Africa, obviously. We still have megafauna in Africa. But anyway, yeah, all around the world, at roughly the same time that people show up, these big mammals go extinct. They become less and less common, and then they blink out of existence. So the question is it a coincidence, or is it not? I don't think it's a coincidence, but a lot of people do. So yeah. Lilith Farton says some say that humans are megafauna. So the word megafauna itself has kind of a squishy meaning. It's not super well established or agreed upon. But the phrase that I've often heard is, at least when it comes to mammals, megafauna means any species that are larger than people, on average. Yeah, so mini pie here would not be megafauna, not even by mammal standards. But I don't know. By dinosaur standards, I think you have to be a good deal larger to be considered megafauna. And dinosaurs, on average, were much bigger than mammals, it seems, and even today. But yeah, mini fauna. There you go, Michael T. Mayer. Yeah. Anywho. But you will find different definitions of what megafauna entails. Here we go. The precise definition of the term varies widely, though a common thread is approximately 45 kilos, 99 pounds, the lower end being centered on humans. Yeah. Anyway. Lots of different definitions for this term. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for posting that. You beat me to it. But yeah. Anyhow. Murph says, I thought megafauna was anything on our scale or larger. It depends on who you ask. That is, like, maybe one of the most common definitions, again. 45 kilos and up is megafauna. But you will find different definitions. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. When we grow up, we go from fauna to megafauna. Maybe isolated, yeah. It's it's like a term of convenience, you know? Anywho, speaking of fauna, let's do some metazoa before I forget. We've got 37 minutes to try and figure out what our mystery animal of the day is. I say, let's get into it.
Hold on to your butts.
This is our daily animal guessing challenge. We gotta try and figure out what the mystery animal of the day is, using an evolutionary family tree to narrow things down. This is the one game that I frequently play on stream because it provides an excellent opportunity to talk about phylogeny, to talk about the evolutionary relationships of different organisms. Because, as multiple lines of evidence show us, all life on Earth is related. As far as we know, all living things on our planet all evolved from a single common ancestor, from some single-celled kind of life about 3.5 billion years ago, maybe closer to 4 billion years ago. At any rate, everything on our planet, all of the different living creatures, from bacteria to buntings, from cephalopods to quinoa, they all evolved from a single common ancestor, so all of life on Earth is related. And we can illustrate that with a big branching diagram, a tree of life, so to speak, that kind of describes the common ancestry of these creatures. So when we as scientists say that living things are related to one another, we don't just mean that they look similar, we don't just mean that they have similar vibes, we mean they are literally related. That they share a common ancestor, that if you go back far enough, these different lineages converge like that. So for Metazoa, for our guessing game, that only deals with animals. So we've already got it narrowed down to just 1.4 million species, give or take. We gotta try and figure out what our one mystery animal is of the day. And I like to start off with a mammal. We were talking about megafauna. Why don't we do like, elephant or mammoth, sloth. Sloth are xenarthrans, which are, it's not a very speciose group, but we can do sloth. Okay, we'll do sloth. They only have one species of sloth in here. I try to start off with groups that have a lot of species because it helps sometimes shave off a few guesses. Let's give this a shot.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see if it gets us anywhere close. Okay, yeah. Not bad. We didn't waste a guess there. That's good. So, our critter is not a sloth. We guessed sloth, two-toed sloth, and Metazoa says, nope, not a sloth. The best I can do for you today is amniota. So, amniotes are a group of animals. This, soundboard. This includes the reptiles and the mammals. With their forces combined, they are amniota, the amniotes. So we got mammals, the synapsids, and reptiles, the sauropsids. So, but what this tells us, here we guess sloth, and it says, nope, it is an amniote though. We know that our critter can't be a mammal, or else Metazoa would have said mammals, and it doesn't. So our critter has to be a sauropsid, a reptile. So this includes lizards and snakes and the tuatara, as the lepidosaurs. And then we have the archelosaurs. This is crocs and turtles and birds. Just by the numbers, I think that our critter is most likely a bird, just because we've got a lot of living species of bird. How many species?
Over 9,000!
Yeah, 10,000 according to this tree here. So I'm gonna search a bird. I like to start off with sparrow here, just because that's a passerine bird. That's a super speciose group that sometimes shaves off a few guesses. So let's try sparrow. See how close that gets us. And it is a passerine. Excellent. We're only 2 guesses in, and we've already narrowed it down from over 1.4 million species to just about 6,000 species. Pretty good with 2 guesses. Yeah. So our critter is a passerine. However, it's not a sparrow. And it's probably not... Well, it could be a songbird. It's not going to be an antbird, an ovenbird, or a wood creeper. Could be a flycatcher, but I don't think they're in the database. No. So let's try something like... maybe a wren or something like that. Hang on, where's our house sparrow? Let's figure out where that is. Alright, our house sparrow is going to be down here. So it's going to be something probably more basal to that. Could it be like a crow or a raven? I know corvids are kind of overrepresented in Metazoa. Corvids are there. Okay, yeah. Let's try something like that, like raven. That's so raven. Let's give it a shot. Okay, that didn't get us any closer. Well, at least we know it's not a corvid, I guess. It's still in Passeriformes, but not a raven or a sparrow. It's got to be more basal than that. So corvids are over here. Satin birds. Babblers, grass wrens. Boy, this is tricky. Anytime we get into birds like this, it can be difficult because there's so many species. Incredibly speciose group. Tricky. Honey eaters, bristlebirds, fairy wrens, emu wrens, grass wrens. So many wrens. This is tricky. Rushwing says, I always get stuck with passerines because I get lost in the weeds working out the differences in common names between Australian and US and European birds. Yeah, because your Australian magpies are not related to Eurasian or North American magpies. They are not the same group of birds. They both get called magpies even though they're not related. Like, they're not close to each other at all. Oh, this is tricky. Okay. Where's our chickadees? I know chickadees are kind of weirdly almost unique, right? I don't think they're closely related to sparrows, are they? There's chickadees. Chickadees. Let's go back to Passera domesticus, the house sparrow. And they're down here. Let's try chickadee. They don't have chickadee. We know it can't be a J because it's a corvid, and we already did Raven. Oh, I wonder if it could be... like a blue tit or a great tit or something like that. I wonder. Also have grosbeaks, cardinals. They don't have cardinal. Don't have blue tit. What could it be? Shoot. I guess sparrow, raven. What else have we got in Metazoa? Wren, says Golden. Let's try. They do have wren. How close are wrens to these other guesses that we did already? Wrens are... oh boy, it could very well be a wren, Golganek. Let's try it. This could be it.
Hold on to your butts.
Nope. Oh, that's so frustrating. Not only is it not that, but it's not showing us any subclades here. Like, we're not getting any closer with these guesses. That's so frustrating. Like, what the heck? It's missing a bunch of subclades. We should be able to use those guesses to help narrow this down further and further, and it just doesn't have those programmed in. Wall creepers, nuthatches. Do they have nuthatch? Also, you never know which ones it'll have and which ones it won't. Nope, not nuthatch. Okay. They don't have that. Waxwing, maybe? They don't have waxwing. Gold crests, kinglets. Wagtails, sparrows, sunbirds. We know it's not going to be a sparrow because we already guessed that. It said no. Swallows. Swallows and martins. It could be a swallow. Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
Not too shabby. All right. I feel like we were floundering there for a while, but we got it. In 5 guesses. That's pretty good. That's still below my average. Yes. All right. Barn swallow. I have a special fondness for these birds. I've spent some time with them. I've lived in the same barn as them for a while. Good stuff. Average down. Yeah. Excellent. Let's talk about barn swallows, because they are cool critters. Gotta love barn swallows. Let's see. I know we've talked about these critters before. Take a look at this. This is really neat. So I don't think these are barn swallows. Anyway, they are. Never mind. I didn't know they lived in Africa, too. Very cool. Amazing aerobatics on these critters. The way that they... I've said this many times before, but the way that they kind of bank side to side as they fly, with their wings swept back, they remind me of, like a Harrier jump jet. Maybe it's the wing shape, or maybe it's the particular way that they bank side to side like that, but it really reminds me of a Harrier, which is named after a different kind of bird that's not related. But yeah, they do make mud nests. It's really cool wombat hole. They're so neat. Holy cow. Long migration there. Yeah. In-flight refueling. Airspeed velocity. They're pretty fast, Hogan, when they want to be. Yeah. Yep. Just amazing. This footage is so cool, by the way. Oof! Look at that. Amazing. Really cool critters. Swallows. I might have pictures of some of these guys. I think it was 2012 we had a bunch of them living in the cattle shed with us. We saw 2 or 3 different broods. So, like, they had 2 or 3 sets of babies that year. If I'm remembering correctly. If that was the right year. The year before, too. We were in the same cattle shed. But I'm going to see if I have pictures of them. I don't think I do, actually. Not from 2012. Let's try 2011. This is back when I had a crummy camera, so... yeah, no dice. Oh well. But they're such cool birds, and they build these really neat nests. Which they make out of mud. So they'll swoop down to a lake or a pond or a riverbank, and they'll grab these mouthfuls of mud, and they'll bring them back to their nest, and they'll pack it into these structures like this. And that's where they raise their young. Super cool. So they're well known for doing this in barns, hence the name barn swallow, but they'll nest in all different kinds of structures. Barns are not, doesn't have to be a barn. And barn swallows should be returning to their nesting areas pretty soon. Very cool, Neverwinter. Yeah. And Harry Selden says, designed by Barn Wallace, also designer of the Vickers Wellington bomber. Are you talking about the jump jet? Or are you talking about barn swallow? Let's see. I'm not seeing the word barns show up here. Or Wallace. Yeah. Oh, Vickers. Oh, I gotcha. I missed your earlier message there, Harry Sheldon. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Vickers follow. That makes sense. Yeah. What does that look like? Oh, whoa. That's wild. Experimental craft, I presume. I don't know if these ever saw use in the field. That's interesting. Must have been expensive. Especially now, I should say that. As cool as these aircraft are, it pays not to not think about them too hard, because back when we still had presidents who could, at least with their rhetoric, stand up to the military-industrial complex. As Eisenhower said, every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies in the final sense a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. It's important to remember that, especially now when the United States is engaged in an insane war of aggression. Anyway, we're not gonna want to get too sidetracked with that, but yeah. Anywho. Look through our agenda for the day. Blue Sky Go Live, Blue Sky Post, Metazua. Excellent. I think it's about time we start talking about these critters. Dermichelys coriacea and its relatives, the other marine turtles. This is something that I've been getting more and more involved with over the past few months. That is real footage. They really do get that big. These incredible animals are just... they boggle the mind. Yeah, a leatherback, exactly, Baron of Bile. You got it. Truly astonishing animal. They're like refugees from the Cretaceous period. They're still around today. But they have a lineage that goes all the way back at least 80 million years, if not longer. I became absolutely infatuated with these animals.
Really spectacular. Spared no
last May. And thank you, Murph, for gifting Baron of Bile. I really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you. Yeah.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to Baron of Bile.
Appreciate that, Murph. Thank you. I was lucky enough to go on a trip to Puerto Rico last May. My ancestors on my dad's side of the family are from Puerto Rico originally. And nearly every beach that I got to visit there had leatherback turtle nests on it. I encountered that again and again and again. Just nuts. I'd always known that these animals were special. Leatherback turtles are superlative creatures. And you hear about that a lot. Like, here, I'll show you a piece of a VOD. When I was at the San Francisco Zoo a couple years back. There we go. They have a really neat sculpture garden there. Apart from all of the live animals like these flamingos. They have this too, which I think is really cool. Yeah, we'll go take a look. So this is part of our topic, I promise. Garden? That's great. So there's the sculpture garden there. Again, hardly anybody there that day. It was wonderful.
Here is one of the heaviest living reptiles. The largest turtle in the world today.
I just zoomed right in on it, didn't I? This is really cool because there's all these totally remarkable creatures that are showcased here in this sculpture garden.
Leatherback sea turtle. They get even bigger than this, believe it or not. Take a look at that. I love these. These are such high quality sculpts.
Leatherback sea turtles are so named because their back is leathery. They don't have like a hard shell under the whole thing. It's basically, it looks almost like a weird rib cage. Yep. And then it's got this kind of leathery texture to it. Super, super cool. Dermichelys is the genus name for the leatherback sea turtle. And I'm impressed that I knew this even back then. Again, this is before I got to go to Puerto Rico and before I started learning about these critters in earnest. I'd had some background information, you know? There's such a remarkable animal that, like, every paleontologist who works on dinosaurs probably knows a thing or two about the leatherback turtle just because it's a quintessential Mesozoic marine reptile that's still around today. They're very special creatures. Awesome critter. I love the detailing around the head. There's a coelacanth there.
This is a Japanese giant salamander right here? I think so.
There's a Goliath frog there as well.
So, yeah, various amphibians around here. This is a Goliath frog. I think this is about actual size. They get pretty darn big.
Yeah. Coelacanth. Check out the coelacanth right here. Love this. The story of the coelacanth is a really, really interesting one. A fish well known from the fossil record, like really, really well known from fossils. Always assumed to be extinct. It's been known from fossils from the Mesozoic era for a long time. Until in 1938, Marjorie Courtney Latimer was a museum person down in South Africa. She found one in a fish market. It wasn't actually in the fish market. It was on the deck of a trawler. But yeah. Extinct. They're still around. Today there's two populations. We know of one kind of between southern Africa and the Comoros Islands and Madagascar. And then there's another population in Indonesia. Two different species. Exactly. Latimeria chalumnae and Latimeria natoensis. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm just trying to highlight here that this sculpture garden is full of some incredible animals, including...
I don't think it's a Nile crocodile.
Yeah, this is Crocodilus.
These critters, they get really, really big.
Check that out. Porosus. Crocodilus porosus. Saltwater crocodile. Those teeth. Crocodiliforms got even larger during the Mesozoic. So anyway, I'm just trying to highlight here that you've got a whole bunch of remarkable animals. There's the Hoatzin, Archaeopteryx, California condor, Tuatara. Yeah. Awesome. So the point that I'm making is that even back before this encounter with leatherback turtle nests, I always knew that these were incredible animals. They're truly remarkable. And I feel like if you talk to any dinosaur researcher, they're familiar with and probably in awe of the leatherback. There's a lovely quote from James Spatila, a well-known marine turtle researcher. He said, "There is no other animal in the world that compares to a leatherback. Other turtles are nice, but they're not leatherbacks. A leatherback is a truly regal creature. I think it's the most beautiful animal in the world. It's the biggest large wild animal that you can walk up close to without being attacked. They're certainly a lot like living dinosaurs, more so than anything still living on Earth." And I think that's kind of beautiful. In the time since he said that, we've learned that birds themselves literally are living dinosaurs, so... But there's still something really special about a leatherback turtle. They're remarkable creatures. Yeah. Pimcat says, what do coelacanths eat? Coelacanths will eat crustaceans, smaller fishes. They'll eat little sharks. They kind of eat whatever they want. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Wombat Hole says, put all the interesting sculptures in the same place. Nice spot to sit. Exactly, Wombat Hole, yeah. I love that sculpture garden at the San Francisco Zoo. Just awesome. And there's a pangolin there, too. Holy moly. Yeah. Anyway, I say all of this to explain that when I saw those nests on the beaches of Puerto Rico, I'm just realizing this now, what it felt like. It felt like meeting a celebrity in real life. And it turns out that, like, they're your neighbor, and they're way nicer than you expected them to be. That's what it felt like. Here's this creature that I'd been familiar with for a long time. I'd always heard about it, but there's always a certain degree of distance. And then it turns out, holy cow, there's nests all over these beaches. They're right here. Suddenly it's so close to home. It was kind of life-changing to see that. So in the time since then, I've done my best to get involved with leatherback turtle research and conservation. Most of you here in the chat already know about this, but we've got a few new folks. Do we have a playlist for this yet? I bet you we do. Maybe it's just here. But anyway, I've put together a playlist. If you'd like to learn more about leatherback turtles, and this includes some of the interviews and live streams that I've done since then. Interview with Scott Benson. Do I have the one with Jeanette Weineken up yet? Maybe not. Add that to the playlist. Right. But anyway, Scott Benson here is one of the world experts on these critters. Here he is in a Noah Fisheries video.
A few things that are unique about leatherback turtles. They are huge animals. They engage in these incredible migrations across the Pacific Ocean. These animals are able to maintain a body temperature greater than their environment, which is very unique for a reptile. And they do this all on a diet of jellyfish.
Just incredible animals. Superlative in almost every way.
I think one of the reasons why it doesn't receive more attention is because it's not an animal, it's easily seen. Essentially, hatchlings leave the beach and they're about that big, and when the people see them again at the nesting beach, they are animals that weigh 1,300 pounds and almost 6 feet long.
Yeah, they're huge. I'm so excited because if all goes well this year, I will be on this research vessel, the Sheila B., in September and get to participate in some of this field work.
We're here off the central coast of California between Half Moon Bay and San Francisco to learn more about movements of these animals. They're a very cryptic species. They lie very close to the water.
And the Bass Insider, yes, yes indeed.
Most able to be effective with the help of an aerial team. And they essentially spot
I left a comment on that video.
And direct us to them. When we get on a turtle, it's a pretty exciting couple minutes. After the net is put on it, we have it alongside the boat where we secure it with some additional ropes. And this boat is a very unique vessel, like a small landing craft. We have a lot of nice PVC plating, rubber siding on here to keep the animal protected from hurting itself.
Good, that's good.
We put a transmitter on some of them to track their movements across not just the Pacific, but look in finer detail to help inform our fisheries about where these animals might be relative to different environmental conditions. And
they're so cool. They're so cool. Anyway, so this is an interview that I did with Scott, which was a ton of fun.
Depending on the monsoon season.
Okay.
So the monsoon is what really kind of runs the show.
We're even on the front page for
those current patterns along the coast, and so hatchlings
for about an hour
get
with this.
South or north, depending on the time of the year.
Wild. Okay, so interesting. So it's not a separate population where they're reproductively isolated. You have different turtle hatchlings going in different directions just based on the time of year and what the currents are doing.
That's right, because when they're hatchlings, they're not really super strong swimmers, so
Right.
they're going to get moved around a little bit by the current.
I don't think Twitch really works like that anymore.
There is some chance.
They used to call that the hero slot. I don't think they really do that.
You can imagine two normal distribution
regular folks
curves
like
and
me.
the tails overlapping.
Right, yeah.
That kind of thing. So, yeah, it's really very interesting population in that way, and it's this bimodal nesting behavior,
Right.
which is
Anyway, cool stuff. So enough of a prelude there. Let's jump into this documentary that I wanted to take a look at today. Should be a nice springboard for conversation.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Well.
Below this level, and out in
Ursula
here, there are
Mojo and
dinosaur
their day
fossils.
traders have stumbled
Above
below
this
that
level, on
level.
these rocks, there
Let's
are no
talk
dinosaur
dinosaurs.
fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Ursula Mojo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to see you here. How was your stream? I hope it was good. How are you doing? For anybody who might be new here, let me play a quick little intro video for you. Like you, Chopper Dave 202. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Again, Ursula Mojo, I hope you had an excellent stream. Thank you for the raid. Here, this should give you some idea of what we're all about here on Paleontologizing.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Oh, and you're an earth scientist. Oh, very, very cool, Ursula. Awesome. Talking about volcanoes and global climate. Very, very cool. We were talking about that a little bit earlier with the conjoining of North and South America at the Isthmus of Panama and how that changed ocean currents and made the Earth's climate colder, helped contribute to the like Pleistocene ice ages. Very cool. Anyway, let's continue.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. We are about to get into a big discussion about the evolution of sea turtles. So you're just in time, Ursula Mojo. For about the past 9 months, I've been getting into conservation and research on these remarkable animals. Dermot Kelly's Coriacea, the leatherback turtle. Extraordinary creature in so many different ways. I'm really excited to be able to go to Florida at the end of May, where I'm hoping to see some of these critters in person. And I'm hoping to bring you along for the ride. Bring my IRL stream rig out there. See if we can do some streams. Spread the word about these incredible animals who are in dire need of our help. The population of leatherback turtles has declined well over 95% over the past few decades. These these critters who they date all the way back to the Cretaceous period. There's a sticker that I made for TwitchCon this year that I was handing out. You know, they've survived 800,000 centuries. Don't let this one be their last. Remarkable animals in dire need of conservation help. So yeah. And those exist in Florida? Absolutely. Board games, James? Yeah. Yeah, you bet. Well, so that's the cool thing about leatherbacks. One of the many, many, many cool things is that they are, the word that we often use is cosmopolitan. So this is a range map for leatherback turtles. They are the world's largest, or the world's largest turtle. They have the longest migrations. They have the widest range of any living sauropsid, as far as I know. So any reptile in the world. There are leatherbacks that we have right off the coast of San Francisco here. They show up in like the late summer, early fall. Those ones were swimming all the way from Indonesia, from the Solomon Islands, from this area. They swim all the way across the Pacific to show up here off of our coast. Remarkable. So again, this kind of teal color here, this is their range. This is where they've been spotted. All over the world. And in the continental United States, Florida is where they have the most nesting beaches. And they go almost literally, exactly, Musa. Yeah, it's nuts. Like, this is a turtle that can go all the way up north, like into the Aleutian Islands off of Alaska. They have been spotted swimming in between icebergs. No other turtle in the world can do that. They have a bunch of tricks up their sleeve that allow them to survive and thrive in waters that would kill you or me. We would freeze to death swimming around there, but a turtle is able to do that. Just bonkers, you know? Remarkable animals. Wonder what their brain activity is like during that long of a trip. That's a question that I actually have is like, do they sleep? What are they? Because they're swimming for like 95 to 99% of their day. They just never stop swimming. They're hardly ever like still. They almost never rest. So like, does half of their brain shut off as they're swimming? Is that how they sleep? That's one of the questions that I should have asked Jeanette Weineken, but hopefully we'll have another opportunity to do that soon. Here, I'll go back to the VODs here, and I'll pull up that interview with Jeanette Weineken. Here we go. One of the world's leading experts on these animals.
Yeah, so it's, they're certainly leatherback strandings. They're not common. As I think I've had 3 live leatherback strandings, and they've always been in December.
Interesting.
Yeah, well.
Anyway,
The visceral part, or the muscle and brain out. You can hold it up, and you can see that the light will penetrate that.
Wow,
so
this is like
that
translucent.
unpigmented area is that. Some people have used that photos of that pink spot to identify individuals.
Interesting. Anyhow, Musa says, "Are we sure it's not just one random one that keeps getting lost?" Yes, we're sure, because tracking them is like that's a major component of leatherback turtle conservation. We know that they have this tremendous range because we've tracked them. The same turtles that nest on the Solomon Islands in Indonesia, they swim all the way across the Pacific to the Pacific coast of the US and Canada. Remarkable. Yeah. And we got a question, how do they survive such cold waters? Ursula Mojo wants to know. I think, here, let me pull this up. I think Scott talks about this in one of his, there we go. In one of his lectures here. Yeah.
Figure that although you're probably a fairly sophisticated audience, you may not know leatherback turtles very well. We'll talk about their range and population status and some of the science efforts that have been going on, both current and past. The leatherback is known as a species in the spotlight by NOAA because it's in danger of extinction within the next 30 years. And I'll talk also about how we might be able to enhance recovery prospects for the species. So the leatherback is a very unique animal. It's the largest turtle in the world, second largest reptile. Only some large saltwater crocodiles are bigger.
And I think maybe a few other species of croc get bigger too. They get longer, they might get heavier, but it's difficult to weigh a crocodile, so yeah.
Can weigh up to 2,000 pounds. That animal on the top is Archelon. That was the predecessor to the leatherback.
Yes, this is a giant Cretaceous sea turtle. It may or may not be closely related to leatherbacks, and this hind flipper that I have on my wall is a 3D print. This is, again, the hind flipper of Archelon. This is the small flipper. It's the little one down there. This was a huge animal. Archelon was enormous, even bigger than today's leatherbacks. Never ask a croc or wait. There you go, Claire. Yeah.
And that animal there was on the order of 12 to 18 feet long. Huge creature. It does not have a hard shell. It has a carapace that's covered in skin.
Yep.
So if you scratch it, it would actually bleed. This is actually an advantage to this animal because it's capable of diving to some great depths, and having a flexible shell allows compression at depth. It's got a very high growth rate due to its high vascularization. This makes the animal very difficult to age by using bones like humerus, which is used typically with most of the other hard shell species. So in this case, to age a leatherback, you actually have to recover a dead animal and get little bones behind the eye ossicles.
The sclerotic ossicles in the eye.
So you can do the same type of measurements of rings in the bones to estimate age. But
like growth rings on a tree, you know.
Aging of leatherbacks is still evolving as a science. It's got the most extensive range of any living reptile.
Yep.
And I'll explain that in a little bit why that is, although the nesting itself is confined to tropical latitudes. Now I say it's the oldest sea turtle. This animal can go back, we can go back as far as 80 million years with this particular animal in its present form. And it has survived meteor strikes, climate changes, ice ages, all kinds of different things.
Yep.
And still manages to keep going. It's
pretty remarkable.
It's got some pretty clever tricks. So the reason it's got such a wide range is because this animal is actually,
And Mayor Space says, could you theoretically get that information from a CT scan? I guess if you had like a micro CT scan of a living leatherback's head, you might be able to get fine enough detail where you could look at the growth rings in the sclerotic ossicles, but I think it would have to stay perfectly still, which is difficult to get a living animal to do. And you would have to somehow get it into the CT scanner, given that these are big animals. That can be tricky, to say the least. It's not a small critter. And getting them from a beach into a hospital, probably not the easiest.
Long, it's an old slide. It's not endothermic, it is a mesotherm. And so what that means, an endotherm is like us, humans, and other reptiles are your classic cold-blooded ectotherms, where they're the same temperature as their environment. But a leatherback is actually able to maintain a body temperature greater than its environment.
So here's that answer to that question. How in the world can they swim in waters that are so cold? Again, interesting tricks up their sleeve here. They generate their own body heat through muscle action.
Part of this is due to its large size.
Yeah, and large
size. It does have a little bit of blubber. It's got countercurrent circulatory system that you might be familiar with some of the marine mammals. And it's also able to change its behavior particularly its diving behavior. So although out here in California, we have cold water out here in Central California, Northern California, that's not favorable to any of the other hard-shelled turtles. It's only the leatherback that is a constituent of the California current from the sea turtle group. But in other places, this animal is more in danger of overheating. And so in places like in the tropics, for instance, where it's nesting,
Puerto Rico,
they will spend greater time at depth to cool themselves down.
They'll have to go down into the cold water.
Dive shape in order to regulate their body temperature. So it's really an interesting animal that is also able to create its own metabolic heat through its behavior. In this case, it's working, it's diving, it's swimming, and it's able to generate heat that way.
So yeah, just this huge flippers that they use to propel themselves with, the pectoral flippers, the hind flippers, or as Jeanette says, the hind feet. She doesn't even want to call these flippers. They don't do a lot of flipping. They're mostly just for steering and for digging nests. This is the powerhouse of the animal. This is what propels it, are these big pectoral flippers.
Truly unique among the reptiles.
Just a remarkable creature on so many levels. Atlas Brood had a question. Mentioned the leatherback population is in trouble or vulnerable. Oh yeah. What I'm wondering is, what population isn't in trouble as of late? Oh, there's a bunch of different critters that are thriving. There are certain animals that do really, really well in and around human settlements. It's unfortunately like a minority of species, but here I can just show you some examples. They're often invasive species. The house sparrow, for instance. These used to be called English sparrows because they're from England originally, but they were brought to the United States and they have since taken over to the point where they're driving other species out. Outcompeting them for food, outcompeting them for nesting places, stuff like that. On that same token, the European starling, similar story. It's a beautiful bird, but holy cow, it's not beautiful in the sense that it is driving other species toward extinction. This is another European bird species that was introduced to North America and now numbers probably in the billions. There are probably folks watching right now who are like, oh yeah, I've seen those birds all over the place. They're so numerous that in places they can block out the sun. It's kind of nuts just how many of them. These are not even particularly
a real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
Thank you, Sharp Flame, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah, here's 1 million starlings in Denmark. This is part of their native range, but anyway, they're very good at like coexisting with people. Another example of a bird species that's very good at coexisting with people to the point where they kind of feel drawn to us are Columba livia, the feral rock dove. There are billions and billions of these birds in the world nowadays because they were kind of partly domesticated by people to a certain extent, and they've just spread out across the globe. They live on 6 of the Earth's continents now. Yeah. Other animals that do really, really well, whose numbers are on the increase, are there's like the Norway rat. They're everywhere now because they do really well around human settlements. It's critters like that. Raccoons in North America are doing really well. They're good at living in cities and suburbs and eating out of garbage cans and stuff like that. Coyotes are all over the place to the point where... Shoot, I have photographed coyotes in broad daylight in the middle of, like, urban San Francisco. Just, like, walking across the road. At first, I thought it was somebody's dog that was off-leash. Nope, it's a coyote. So there's critters like this. They're doing really well, but it's because they're naturally not very scared of people, or they're very good at exploiting resources in human-built environments. Getting into trash cans, or eating dog food that people leave out for their pets, or eating the pets. Or they're really good at, say, nesting on human-built structures like bridges and houses and buildings. There's a few species that have they do really well around people, and those are the species whose numbers are increasing. Just about everybody else is in severe decline. It's estimated that like 90+% of wild animals are... Yeah, here we go. 2024. Living Planet Index reports a 73% average decline in wildlife populations around the world. So yeah. Wild species are in severe decline all around the planet, and that's because... Well, it's because of human greed and overexploitation of natural environments. Cutting down forests for intensive agriculture. Overfishing the oceans. Just demolishing natural habitats and polluting waterways and polluting the air. All of these things have a drastic negative effect on other species other than ourselves, you know? To the point where, if this continues, we will eventually drive ourselves into extinction, too. Like, there are finite resources on our planet. And Earth itself, think of it like natural environments act as a life support system for the planet. Producing oxygen and, pollinating different plants, including food crops and stuff like that. You mess things up enough on Earth, and something can snap, Climate change is kind of the biggest issue right now. Human-induced global warming. It's like we're trying to speed run the end Permian mass extinction. Here's a link to that article, by the way. So what happened about 252 million years ago? Massive volcanic eruptions caused runaway global warming that ended up driving the vast majority of species on our planet into extinction. It's something like 95% of different species on our planet were wiped out during this event. It took a few million years. It's called the Great Dying. That's what we often refer to it as. Or the end Permian mass extinction, or when life nearly died. It was a bad time, and it's like we right now as human beings are trying to speedrun this. We're doing the same thing, pumping up massive amounts of pollution, just unfathomable quantities of greenhouse gases, just like those volcanoes did back then. But we're doing it in a few hundred years rather than a few million. So it's bad. Take it from a paleontologist, This is an existential threat to us as a species and to countless other species on this planet, it's like we're doing our very, very best to just completely destroy our home. And it's due to human greed and carelessness. In a just world, you know, the whole petroleum industry would be gone by now. We would have gotten rid of it for our own sake, for our own survival as a species. This is an existential threat. And the fact that we haven't done that yet, that there are still multi-billion-dollar oil companies, like, that is a gun pointed to our temple right now. As a species. Like, we need to get rid of that ASAP. So, anyway. Sorry. I get worked up about these things. Anywho. Sharp Flame says, thank you, stoked to be here. I hope you still are. After that little tirade there. I don't want to self-promo, but I edit for a YouTube channel with shorts that you've probably seen. Oh, nice, Sharp Flame. Very cool. Yeah. Awesome. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyhow. Let's get into marine turtles and how one of the reasons why I'm so excited about these creatures, about leatherbacks, is that, well, they are in dire need of our help. But there's so many different threats that are converging on them from all sides, that if we manage to save this species, that means that we've solved a whole bunch of other problems, you know? Beach destruction, overfishing, plastic pollution, climate change. I think of leatherback turtles, I think of these animals as kind of ambassadors for the natural world. And they are very charismatic. Like, you can't see this creature and spend any time around it without absolutely falling in love with it. So I'm hoping that if other people learn to love these animals like I do, we're able to turn things around for them, we'll save ourselves in the process. You know what I mean? And Atlas Brood says, a follow-up question, how do we decide the allocation of conservation resources? And on an individual level, stay positive in the face of species extinction. And all this mess we face, the layman might not have. So, that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. We're going to be doing some stuff on this channel related to leatherback turtle conservation and research. I'm hoping that, at least to a certain degree, my enthusiasm for these animals is infectious. I hope I'm getting you excited about these critters too. And I hope that bleeds over into other things. You know, in the course of learning about leatherback turtles, you learn about other sea turtle species. And you realize that there are some that might nest near you, or there's something that you can do to help with their conservation. Maybe you get really excited about seabirds, about albatrosses, like I saw mentioned in the chat earlier, or about shearwaters, or cormorants, or pelicans, or whatever, you know? Leatherback turtle is not going to be everybody's special fixation. But I want to give a certain degree of permission to be excited about things. Find something that you're passionate about and fight for it, you know? I think that's one way to avoid the kind of paralysis and despair that are so easy to fall into when we look at the state of the world nowadays, you know? It's important to have something that you really love. willing to fight for. So yeah. And Sylvia says, I just think turtles are cool. I agree.
I like turtles.
Yeah. I've pulled over while driving to help turtles finish crossing the road on several occasions. That's excellent, Sylvia. Good on you. Paleo salute to Sylvia saving some turtles. There's a wonderful book about that I've recommended before. I'll recommend it again here. There we go. Of Time and Turtles by Cy Montgomery. New York Times bestseller. Well, la-di-da. Mending the World, Shell by Shattered Shell. A big part of this book is about not giving in to despair. It's about trying to make small differences where you can. Differences that will snowball into something bigger. So in this book, Cy Montgomery, she hangs out with a bunch of turtle people. People who rehabilitate turtles. People in kind of homegrown turtle hospitals and stuff like that. Trying to treat turtles who have been hit by cars or had their limbs chewed off by dogs or whatever else. Things that are people's fault. You know, people through carelessness or inattention, they end up harming these wonderful creatures, and then other people step in and try and help them. Like, literally patching their carapaces back together. You know, mending those shattered shells. If you're interested in this kind of thing, I recommend you checking out this book. I think you might really like it. But it's a similar thing to what I'm trying to do here, you know? Get people excited about the natural world and to realize that if it goes, we go too, you know? Our fate as human beings is tied to the fate of other species on this planet. We cause enough extinctions, and we will go extinct as well. Yeah, check it out, Alice Brood. I think you'll like it a lot. Here, I'll find a link for you. Here it is on the author's website. Oh, and thank you, Claire. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. And Curte's Flesh says, is it true that turtles breathe through their butts? To a certain extent, yeah. It's not super efficient, but there are some turtles that do cloacal breathing.
Of the Tyrannosaurus, mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age.
And Ramen Warcold.
Giant meat eater with long dagger-like teeth.
Thanks for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that, Ramen Warcold. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so cloacal breathing is a thing that some turtle species do. Through their cloaca. Here. So let me pull up a quick video for you from the Natural History Museum in London. Cloacal respiration. There we go. So in some circumstances, turtles don't want to come up for air. We're talking about like pond turtles here, freshwater turtles. So yeah, for some turtles, breathing air means not breathing with their mouths, but with a surprising body part.
Many species of turtles breathe through their bum. This is also called cloacal respiration, and in freshwater turtles that are present in colder parts of the world, they need to hibernate and be inactive for long periods of time. They intake water through their cloacal orifice, and once it goes in there, you have different organs that actually exchange gas and intake the oxygen into the body.
Which makes a lot of sense. It's a mucous membrane. It's the same reason why, like, we as human beings are vulnerable to catching diseases through that part of our body. That's a thing. It's a mucous membrane, you know? They're able to actually use that to exchange gases and breathe. It's not like breathing through their mouth or their nose. It's a much slower and less efficient process, but it's just enough that when they kind of shut down a big part of their metabolism, when they're really slowing things down during brumation, which is essentially hibernation, they're able to get some oxygen like this.
This is, of course, relatively very inefficient compared to how we normally respire, but it's a very nice backup system where they don't spend energy respiring.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our board!
A dinosaur?
What? Shipwreck. Thank you for the follow. Welcome,
also, ectotherms or cold-blooded animals. So you can imagine in the winter, they would be as cold as the water that they are in. Their metabolism slows down in the winter, so they'll eat very little, and also they breathe very, very slowly.
So humans can do this as well, but it's in trials for medical use. I would think it'd be really difficult for us just because we are endothermic. We have a more elevated metabolism than turtles do, for the most part. We require more oxygen in our bodies. So some turtles can hold their breath for like hours and hours or days or weeks, potentially. Human beings cannot do that. So you would need some sort of medical device or something, or maybe put a person into a coma so they have far less like metabolic demand. I don't know, but this would almost certainly kill a person to be able to do this sort of thing. Received rectal oxygen-rich fluid. Okay, interesting, Alice Brood. Yeah. So there's got to be some sort of like complex apparatus that would allow for this. Like this, a normal person can't breathe through their butt. But yeah.
Well, that gives a whole new meaning to take a deep breath. If you want to find out more about our video and hear more from Ashwini, check out this video here.
Here's a link to that video.
Watching, tell us in the comments, and remember to like and subscribe so you.
Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, turtles are remarkable animals, and what's interesting is that sea turtles don't seem to do this. They don't do the cloacal respiration thing. They will come up to the surface in order to breathe, and I'm sure we'll talk about that here. I saw we had another question too from Stubbs Ditch. Would we find anything if a previous sapient species had caused a previous mass extinction? We would probably. If they were creating artifacts like we as human beings do, we would see that in the fossil record, and we don't see that. There are other examples, like we talked about earlier, of when certain species show up in different areas, like during the Great American Biotic Interchange, when North America and South America finally meet up at the Isthmus of Panama like that, during the, Pliocene? You get different species that walk across that land bridge, and for the most part, the critters from down south are pretty hard hit, and the critters from up north do really well. So, like, that is an example of probably some species driving other species into extinction. But this isn't due to any kind of super intelligence or anything like that. It's just, oh shoot, suddenly these two continents that have been separate for tens of millions of years link back up again, and certain critters just go nuts and they take over certain environments. And yeah. So yeah, I hope that's something that whets your interest there. The Great American Biotic Interchange. There you go. Yeah. It does not scale up. You can only thaw out very small animals uniformly. There you go, Mayor Space. That does make a lot of sense. You have critters like the weta in South America where they can freeze solid, and then I don't know how solid they freeze, but they can freeze. They can have ice all over their bodies, and then they can thaw out and be fine. But it makes sense that the larger the critter, the more difficult that is. And Atlas Brood says, basically all the turtles are thinking, looking at all the technology for human butt breathing, look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. There you go. Look at that graph there. Stubbs, I appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. By the way, if you're interested in this idea of the different, like, artifacts or bits of evidence that civilization has in the long run, like over geological time, there's a book about this I can recommend to you. Where did I put that? It's called Footprints by... what's the author's name? Here we go. David Ferrier. In Search of Future Fossils. I haven't actually finished this yet. I had so many other things come up. But, yeah, so this is kind of an exploration of, like, human society and the different things that we produce, and even if we were to go extinct today, what evidence would there be of our presence? How much have we changed our planet? It's interesting stuff. The book is just came out a few years ago. But yeah. Anywho, I like was it what Atlas Brood was saying earlier? About turtles. Look at what they have to do to mimic just a fraction of our power. That reminds me of that video that I made. I showed this at the beginning of the stream. I'll show it again because we've got a lot more people here now. But I found a nifty video about leatherback turtles in Japanese. And I neither speak, nor read, nor understand Japanese. But I think I was mostly able to figure out what the narrator was saying. And I provided my own subtitles. Take a look.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、形は上から見ると他のカメに比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてキールがある。モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく早く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ、見た目の大きな特徴として、他のカメのような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが。
Here you go. And I did get that from Mr. Sparkle there, Pimcat. Yes, indeed. Yeah. What a goofy thing. Anyway, let's learn about marine turtles here. Not just leatherbacks, but turtles in general are such remarkable animals. I kind of don't like the title of this. This is from Real Science. They've got 2 million subscribers. This is a little bit clickbaity, but it's entitled "Why Evolution Has Screwed Sea Turtles, and So Have We." I disagree with that premise, the first part of it at least. These are remarkably successful animals. We have had marine turtles on this planet for like, at least since the Cretaceous, if not since the late Jurassic. Out of all of these... Here. Out of all of these remarkable oceanic reptiles that lived just in like the late Cretaceous, giant plesiosaurs, both short-necked and long-necked, huge mosasaurs, polycotylid plesiosaurs, giant marine turtles. Just about every one of these critters went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous, and that also goes for big old tarpon-like fishes like Xiphactinus there. Yeah, huge mosasaurs, critters like that. All of these creatures went extinct. All of the marine reptiles died out. Except for turtles. And maybe a marine croc here and there. And this is actually really... Oh, man, this is beautiful. I love this. From Redbubble? Nice. To buy this. Oh, I can't afford that, though. Anyway, out of all of these critters right here, which is the only one that survived the end Cretaceous extinction event? Which one? And Diesel Lily, isn't that beautiful? Yeah. Anyway, it's the marine turtles. And some of the largest species of marine turtle do seem to go extinct there, but leatherbacks, their lineage survived, along with the hardshell sea turtles too. So let's go to turtles on our Tree of Life, just to kind of set the stage for this video. Yeah, here we go. Turtles!
I like turtles.
We've got our marine turtles here. That date, I think, is a little too recent. These groups diverged earlier than that, probably earlier in the Cretaceous period. You've got the leatherback, and then you've got 6 species of hard-shelled sea turtle. All of these guys come from a common ancestor about 35 million years ago, give or take. The leatherback is unique. It is the last surviving member of its lineage, the last species in its family that's still around, the Dermachelyidae, a species that goes all the way back to the Cretaceous period. So all the other sea turtles are related to one another more closely. So Ridleys, both olive and Kemps, hawksbills, flatbacks, loggerheads, and greens, they're all related to one another. Leatherbacks are kind of off doing their own thing. They diverged earlier. They are related to the other turtles, but they're different, if that makes sense. Unlike the hard-shelled sea turtles, leatherbacks do not have that same bony shell.
Tradoon.
Their shell is highly reduced. Let's see. Yeah.
In most sea turtles, the lower shell is made up of 9 bones, which are fused together to form a solid plate.
What we call the plastron.
But in the leatherback, these bones are reduced to a ring around the edge.
They're barely there anymore.
Filling in is this layer of fat, which not only covers the belly, but encircles the entire body.
Yep.
But what's it for?
What's it for?
Leatherbacks are...
Yeah. There's Jeanette Weineck there, whom we interviewed a few weeks ago. And they're doing a dissection of a leatherback who washed up on the beach, had been killed by a boat, unfortunately. Anyway, remarkable animal. Let's get into this other video talking about marine turtles in general. It's really humans' fault that sea turtles are in decline because they were doing so well up until we showed up. Well, people and sea turtles had coexisted for a long time. It's really like modern industrial society, which has doomed them. Not doomed them, but made things really difficult, sent them into steep decline. And it would help if I turn the sound on.
And CuriosityStream has donated their sponsor time, so I can tell you all about it. But first, let's talk about why it's so important. Turtles have been walking the earth and swimming in the seas for a remarkably long time.
Yep.
Around 210 million years ago, the first primitive turtle with a shell emerged during the Triassic period. It was largely terrestrial and had a beak and armored shell just like modern turtles.
So this is only a little while after the evolution of the first dinosaurs, probably around 240 million years ago. We probably will find turtle ancestors that are older than this, things that have, like, you know, recognizable shells. But at the moment, when we're talking about critters like Progenachilles, I think this critter is about 210. 210 million years ago. Yeah, there we go. Progenachilles. Yep. We will find earlier ones. It just hasn't happened yet. But yeah.
This was the era of the first dinosaurs, and an era that gave rise to a huge explosion of diversity on the planet. But it was an era that did not last
Claire
forever.
and Charlie's Dragon. Nice.
200 million years ago, massive volcanic activity changed the Earth's climate, and the end Triassic mass extinction event occurred, killing 76% of all marine and terrestrial species.
And again, this is not the end Permian mass extinction. This is the end Triassic. The Triassic period is really, oh boy. It was a weird time because it's sandwiched by two catastrophic extinction events. Here's the Triassic here. At the end of the Permian, so between the Permian and Triassic periods, you had the Great Dying and Permian extinction. It's like 90+% of species on Earth died out. And then you have the Triassic, all these groups evolve and recover and they do cool things, and then a bunch of them get wiped out at the end of the Triassic by another volcanic event that changes the Earth's climate and all that. So yeah. Turtles survived that. They show up in the Triassic, they do their thing, they spread out across the globe, and they survive that huge extinction event.
However, the lineage of the turtles held on. 80 million years later, during the Cretaceous period, the first turtles to live exclusively in a marine environment emerged.
Yep, like Dismatochelys here, which might be an ancestor of the modern leatherback turtle. Yeah, there's a really cool illustration of that animal here. I love this. Dismatochelys. What a neat picture. I love the plesiosaurs frolicking right there in the background. Yeah. Hey, Shark Geek, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. And thank you, Baranophile, for being here. Appreciate you.
Eventually, 4 families of sea turtles came to exist, and some members of these families were incredible. The giant Archelon was the largest sea turtle to ever live. It was 3 meters long and weighed almost 2,000 kilograms.
So that's, about 2,000 kilos is what, like 4,400 pounds, something like that? That's the hind flipper that I have right here is from Archelon. This is a 3D print of the specimen, I think, from the Senckenberg Museum in Germany. Yeah. Bonkers. Bonkers. Just enormous.
But these giants, too, did not last forever. 66 million years ago, the asteroid event that wiped out the dinosaurs also wiped out 2 of the 4 sea turtle families. 75% of all species on Earth went extinct during this time. But 2 families of sea turtles withstood this apocalypse and continue to swim in the seas to this day. One sea turtle family of soft-shell sea turtles has just one remaining member, the leatherback sea turtle. The other 6 sea turtle species belong to another family of hard-shelled turtles. Today's turtles are a reminder of the resilience of their lineage and of their adaptability in the face of epic extinction events, events the likes of which are hard to even imagine. But their resilience is not infinite, and today they are being put to the ultimate test. Numerous experts believe we are living through, or on the cusp of, a new mass extinction event, the 6th in the history of our planet. One not caused by asteroids or volcanoes, but by human activity. This extinction event, called the Holocene Extinction Event, began around 10,000 years ago, when the last ice age came to an end, and humans began spreading and hunting across the Earth. Since then, there has been a steady decrease in the number of species that live on our planet. However, in recent years, the extinction rate has skyrocketed, the number of species on our planet plummeting. Deforestation driven by agriculture and meat consumption, overfishing, ocean acidification, habitat loss the world over, and pollution driven by increased human consumption are all forces that may prove to be worse for biodiversity than a literal apocalyptic asteroid. And the resilient sea turtles, who have endured so much, are one of the types of animals most at risk. Their particular physiology making them vulnerable to our particular ways of messing with the environment. The adaptations that allowed them to survive for so long are the very reasons they are in grave danger in today's world. But unlike global volcanic eruptions, this is an extinction event we can actually do something about. Yes, humans are the ones doing the damage, but we are also the ones who can come up with the solutions.
There you go. This is something that I hope to talk about a lot when I'm in Florida. I need to get in contact with some of the folks there, but light pollution. Does anybody know what this is about right off the bat? The light pollution problem. How does light pollution harm sea turtles? Does anybody know? And hey Eric, welcome. Good to have you here.
It's a dinosaur.
And Dizzy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Well, here you'll see it's the hatchlings primarily, and the nesting mothers too. It's such a stupid thing. Like, it's such an easily solved problem, but yeah. Anyway, we'll get into it.
Sea turtles spend nearly all of their time in the open ocean, submerged and solitary for the majority of their lives. However, there is one exception to this entirely oceanic life. When female sea turtles come ashore to lay clutches of eggs. After a long migration, they make their way back to their home beach, the same beach where they hatched and the only beach they will ever return to. They heave their bodies onto land and dig an egg chamber about 80 centimeters deep. Here, the turtle will lay around 100 ping-pong-sized eggs, then fill the hole and head back to the sea. Over the next 2 months, the eggs develop and undergo temperature-dependent sex determination. This means that the temperature of each egg during certain periods of development determines the gender of the baby sea turtle that hatches.
Well, not gender is a human word. It determines the sex of the embryo, whether it's male or female. Again, gender is a human construct. Biological sex is something different, and in turtles, they can be in between too. They can be intersex if the temperature is too high while the nest is incubating. But anyway.
Warmer eggs produce females, while cooler eggs produce males. Then it's time for the babies to go forth into the world.
So this is where the light pollution really becomes a thing. And Hari Seldon Foundation says astronomers and biologists hating light pollution. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
They chip their way out of their eggs with their temporary egg tooth and ready themselves for the most perilous journey of their lives. On their mad dash to the ocean, the turtles face many dangers. Predators like crabs, dogs, seagulls, or raccoons would love to make a nice snack out of a baby turtle or two.
Yep.
The blazing hot sand can scorch their bodies, and
which is why they normally emerge at night.
for a tiny turtle, the uneven terrain must feel like navigating huge sand dunes. But evolution has helped the baby turtles build impressive survival mechanisms to navigate these dangers. They usually wait until nightfall to make their mad dash, to minimize the risk of being seen, as well as to avoid the blazing hot sun. To make sure the turtles know where they need to go at nighttime, they have evolved to be phototactic, meaning they are attracted to light. Hatchlings will move towards the brightest light source, which is usually the moonlight reflecting off the sea.
It doesn't have to be moonlight, it could be starlight or whatever. But yeah, that is basically the idea. They go toward the brightest light source because, again, for 100 million years, it's worked flawlessly. For 100 million years, this strategy has always worked. And then within, I don't know, the past 150 years or less, suddenly it doesn't work anymore, you know?
For millions of years, this was an effective
There
strategy,
you go, Golganek, yeah.
a powerful sense that pulled millions of baby turtles towards their rightful home. But the clever evolution that has allowed turtles to survive this treacherous journey for so long is now, unfortunately, leading them to their demise. If artificial light sources, like streetlights or lights from buildings, are present near the beach, this can confuse the hatchlings. They may mistakenly crawl towards the brightly lit road and into highly developed areas. Here, they can get hit by cars or snatched up by predators, attacked by fire ants, or simply get lost and die. On some beaches, disorientation can affect up to half of all hatchlings. And even if they realize their mistake and turn around, they might be too exhausted by then to make it to the sea.
Well, here's the thing, too, is that they're not eating during this time. For the first few days after they hatch, they're trying to get into the water and just swim as far away from the shore as they can, because all the big predators, everything that wants to eat a baby turtle is near the shore. So they want to get as far away from the shore as they can as quickly as possible. And if they waste, 18 hours floundering around on the beach because they're going toward the brightest light source and it happens to be a hotel or somebody's car headlights or something, then they've just expended all of that energy, exhausted themselves. They might not make it far from shore,
Evolution has not had a chance to catch up with a human invention that has been in these areas for sometimes only a few decades. But with some coordination, this problem could somewhat easily be reversed.
And it has been reversed in a lot of places, there's a chapter about this in Carl Safina's book, Voyage of the Turtle. Let me grab that. Highly recommend this book if you want to learn more about leatherback turtles in particular and marine turtles in general. But yeah, when he goes to Florida in this book, he gets to hang out with Kurt. What's Kurt's name? Dr. Kurt Rusenko. He becomes... Government-granted authority makes Kurt the turtle's ambassador to landlords, a statesman of the art of light. Here, it's his job to talk to residents, property owners, city officials, to keep light pollution at a minimum to save these baby turtles. Here we go.
It is an arduous journey to the sea. for baby sea turtles no bigger than the palm of your hand, avoiding predators like birds and crabs to grow up in the water. What are their chances of survival?
It's probably less than 1 in 1,000 make it to adulthood.
But first, the hatchlings have to get out of the nest. And most do that when the stars come out. Florida biologist Tanya Long says darkness is their shield.
It's the light that they're really looking for. They're using the ambient light, the celestial light from the moon, as their cue to figure out where the ocean is. And take two out.
This night, Long releases the stragglers left behind in nests on Florida's east coast.
You made it!
But the hatchlings can get confused by the light we make, with deadly results.
Many of them go the wrong way, end up in parking lots and pools and in harm's way.
Now, with penalties paid by BP from the Gulf oil spill, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation is putting in turtle-friendly lighting in hotels and condo complexes along Florida's coast.
Red light.
In many cases, mandated by local law. 90% of America's sea turtles nest on the beaches of the Sunshine State.
Light pollution has been reduced or eliminated on many priority beaches. In some cases, disorientation has gone from 50% to 0.
White lights are now amber and focused on the ground, not the beach, to keep the little ones headed in the right direction and take that 1 in 1,000 chance at growing up. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out.
So it could be pretty simple, you know, to make changes like this. Here.
We'll wait. All right, so sea turtle nesting season quickly turning into sea turtle hatchling season.
And according to experts at Moat, many of the hatchlings are having issues finding the ocean.
We're not helping matters much either. So the experts say leaving those lights on at the beach, that causes the turtles to head in the wrong direction. So it sends the hatchlings into parking lots and swimming pools instead of into the ocean.
The turtle's instinct is to travel towards the brightest horizon. So when we have lights on inland, their little tiny brains think that that's the water and they travel in that direction instead of towards the ocean where we want them to go.
Yeah, she said the odds of surviving to adulthood can be as little as 1 in 10,000. So here's some easy things we can all do here. Take beach furniture and clean up your trash, turn off those lights whenever possible, and we talked about this before, to fill in the holes that are dug on the beach. This will all make it easier for the turtles to reach their destination.
Yep. Well, unfortunately, the same beaches that sea turtles build their nests on are the beaches that people want to sunbathe on, play beach volleyball on, drive their ATVs on, all that stuff. We're really making a mess of their nurseries in a lot of ways. But it's simple things like having shrouds over your outdoor lights, or switching from like a high brightness fluorescent bulb to like an amber hued bulb or like a red light bulb. All of these things make a big difference. I was actually really impressed when I was in Puerto Rico that a lot of the street lights in some of these areas are red. And that's specifically for these marine turtles there. I think it's really cool. Like, even apart from the turtles, it's just kind of neat. It's like, oh man, this is something special and different. All the streetlights are red. Like, that's really cool. There's just something interesting and different about it. I don't know. When I was there, some of the locals were complaining about the streetlights, and they said, "Oh yeah, you know, each one of those bulbs costs $1 million." I'm like, is that? I don't think that's true. What? What are you talking about? I don't know why they do that. Well, it's for the sea turtles. What are you talking about? You know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah.
All that's needed is to reduce the amount of artificial light that is visible from nesting beaches.
Yep.
Lights can be given special fixtures to direct the light away from the beach, or lamps can be implemented with light bulbs that only emit red light, which isn't as visible to most animals. Windows that face the beach can be
And Shark Geek says, I saw a video of someone that caused a false crawl of a leatherback by shining a flashlight in its face up close. Oh, boy. I commented explaining why people shouldn't do this. Got my first death threats that day. It's so aggravating sometimes, Shark Geek, because you're like, hey, can you just do this one really simple change of your behavior to not drive these animals further into extinction? And people are like, I will murder you and eat your family. Like, what are we doing here? You know? But there are a lot of good people in the world, and like I'm honestly impressed with what I've heard about people in Florida. Sure, there might be like local ordinances. I think the Republican Party has stopped like statewide laws from being implemented about lighting on turtle nesting beaches, but like a lot of towns and municipalities, local governments, they're like, yeah, of course we want to help protect the turtles. So we'll have some local laws here, and there are fines that can be enforced for people who, you know, who violate the lighting ordinances. But like for the most part, everybody wants to do their part. They want to help protect these animals. It takes a certain kind of awful human being to just on principle be like, no, I think I want all of these creatures to die because I can't be bothered to change a light bulb, you know? For the most part, people want these creatures to thrive, you know? Yeah, we have regs on lights here, but the enforcement needs to be better as well. Yeah.
tinted, and curtains can be drawn after dark to keep the light out of sight.
Pink light? I don't know, Gravity.
Many coastal communities around the world have passed ordinances that require residents to turn off beachfront lights during turtle nesting season. But unfortunately, these ordinances are not always enforced. However, even with partial compliance, thousands of baby sea turtles could be saved every year. And in 2014, the Sea Turtle Conservancy was awarded a $1.5 million grant to expand lighting retrofit work in the Florida Panhandle.
Nice.
More grants like this, and more cooperation from the public, could help sea turtles of all kinds withstand some of the threat of extinction we are forcing on them. This is a relatively simple example of how working to understand sea turtles by
the way, you'll notice here that people have lights directly on these animals, but it's not harming them. These are red lights. So this is one of the things that, well, there was a headlamp that went on sale, and I went and bought it because I didn't want to pass up that opportunity. But let me go grab that real quick. Oh, hang on, wrong one. There we go. Again, I'm hoping to do some leatherback turtle field work in the near-ish future. Let's turn those lights off, and there we go. A red light right here. This is the sort of thing that you use when you're doing, you know, marine turtle nesting grounds fieldwork. A red headlamp like this is what you need, you know?
biology leads to effective conservation. But not all problems facing turtles come from a single strip of land next to their nesting habitat. Warming seas.
And Hari Selden says, how advanced are turtle eyes? Are they seeing in full colors? They are, yeah. In fact, they have better color vision than we do. Or at least non-marine turtles do. Marine turtles, sea turtles, they're adapted for life in the ocean, and so their vision is kind of interesting. But there are other species of turtle, like I think it's red-eared slider. Color vision. I think it's the red-eared slider in particular, but they've got way better color vision than we do. We've got trichromatic vision as human beings. Other critters like birds have tetrachromatic vision, so they can see colors that we can't even imagine. They can see like partway into the ultraviolet spectrum, as I understand it. But some species of turtle are remarkable like that. Where it's like hexachromatic vision or something like this. I'm not able to find a video about this, but somebody will be able to find it. We're at risk of going over time here, so I'm going to continue with the video. But yeah. And Petrodactylus, yes, the red light is so that you can see what's going on. Yeah, so that you can see at night. The red light doesn't seem to bother turtles. And this is... There's been a bunch of field work and presumably laboratory work that all confirms this. Let's see if I can find that. But it's something to do with the wavelength. Yeah. The new fluorescent at the end. The new fluorescent at the end has to go. He explained. This is that guy, Kurt Rushenko in Florida, who is. It was his job to go around and talk to people about their outdoor lighting. A lot of people don't realize it's not the light that's the problem. It's the wavelength of the light that matters. Turtles' perception of light gets really bad at wavelengths beyond 550 nanometers. That's yellowish light into red. We can see it, but most turtles basically can't. Or at least, they don't respond to it. Hatchlings are least attracted to yellow or red light sources, such as might misleadingly come from a rising or setting moon or sun. Simply then, artificial light visible to a person on a beach will cause problems to turtles unless it's red or yellow. So yeah. Anywho, but there's other things that threaten turtles here too. Let's continue.
Pollution, effective conservation. But not all problems facing turtles come from a single strip of land next to their nesting habitat. Warming seas, pollution, ocean plastic, these are problems the entire world is contributing to. What solutions are there for problems so complex? What hope do sea turtles have in this onslaught of human impact?
Yeah, ocean plastic is a huge issue.
When the leatherback turtle evolved...
And that's not a leatherback turtle. This is wrong. That's the correct genus and species name for a leatherback turtle, but this is clearly a coloniid turtle. I want to say this... that's probably a hawksbill, given the shape of the shell.
Around 100 million years ago, it lived along other members of the Dermocoliidae family, and the other 3 families of sea turtles that existed at the time. When the end Cretaceous extinction event occurred, the going got tough, and competition between ocean creatures for food became more intense. But leatherback turtles had a specialized diet that helped them to survive. A diet that few other sea creatures find very appealing. It's a menu with almost no carbohydrates, no fats, no proteins, just a gelatinous, salty package of certain fatty acids and a handful of calories each. Jellyfish. Leatherback turtles surprisingly eat almost nothing else. It's an odd choice, but one that gave them an edge, helping them to survive a cataclysmic extinction event. But just like with the turtles drawn to streetlights, the leatherback's love of jellies now gets them into trouble when they mix up their favorite snack with a different, clear, amorphous floating item.
Yep. This is one of the reasons why we have plastic bag bans here in California, is to try and keep these things out of the ocean. And it seems to do a pretty good job of that. When I moved back to California in 2018, and I'd go walk on the beach, there'd be plastic bags all over the place. Now, I can't remember the last time I saw a plastic bag on the beach. So it is making a difference.
Plastic bags. The ocean plastic problem affects nearly all of the animals that live in the sea. But turtles are one of the types of animals most susceptible to its damage. An ingested plastic bag can cause internal blockages, which can lead to starvation or death. Sharp plastics can rupture internal organs. Plastic straws can get caught in their nostrils, or they can get entangled in discarded fishing nets, which can result in serious cuts on their bodies, or even drowning. And plastics that build up on nesting beaches can prevent baby turtles from reaching the sea. There is no area of the ocean that is not affected by the 12 million metric tons of plastic that end up in the ocean every year. A plastic bag was even found at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, 11,000 meters deep. So the chances of a turtle encountering some plastic is very, very high. But certain organizations are poised to help if they get a call about a turtle in distress. Often, a turtle needs surgery and months of rehabilitation.
Kenneth Ye says humans suck. I mean, we don't have to. There are good people in the world trying to solve these problems. And we can make a difference here, you know? It's easy to fall into a misanthropic worldview here, to be like, oh, you know, humanity, just bring on the asteroid, wipe us out. But I don't want to think that way, you know? We might be causing these problems right now. We are causing these problems right now as human beings, as a species, but we can solve these problems too. We got turtles into this mess, and we can get them out, you know?
This past year, the New England Aquarium admitted 569 sea turtles for rehabilitation, some harmed because of plastic, others from boat strikes or cold shock. Other times, sea turtles just need someone paying attention to help them out. Just last month, the New England Aquarium responded to a leatherback turtle entangled in fishing gear off of Cape Cod. The female turtle was successfully evaluated, disentangled, and outfitted with 2 electronic tags that will allow researchers to assess survivorship over the next 30 days and track her migration.
And that's a male leatherback there. You can see the long tail. Yeah, so a long tail, that marks this as a male leatherback. So it's really weird for him to be on land. Male leatherbacks never go up onto land unless they're like sick or disoriented or something like that. After they hatch, they're in the ocean. They never go on land again for their whole lives. So that's got to be a weird experience for him.
Migration patterns. The use of tags like this in sea turtles will prove vital for long-term monitoring. They can provide up to a decade of information about animal movements and survival. Saving individual turtles is a necessary, difficult job that is making a difference in population numbers. However, to truly help the turtles, we need to get to the source of the problem. The amount of trash we dump into the ocean is expected to triple by 2040, unless we, as a species, across every country, do something about it. There are a few key things we need to do to stop this trend. The first is to simply stop producing so much f***ing plastic.
Yep.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Leopard Seal 101, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're talking about a different marine animal here, but leopard seals are also very, very cool. Holy moly. They're almost plesiosaur-like with their long necks and everything. So cool. Anyway.
Perhaps with taxes and incentives to get companies to knock it off.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I know I have that line in the Japanese translation video. The red poison machine? I mean... This is poison in so many different ways. Not in like an annoying, like, no, you're poisoning your body. Like, sure, sugary drinks are not good for anybody, but the Coca-Cola Corporation in particular is responsible for an unfathomably disgusting amount of plastic waste all around the world. Like, put it this way, if there were any justice in this world, this corporation would not be a thing anymore, you know? Don't get me started.
Another is to design packaging so that it must be recyclable or compostable.
Yeah.
And another is to expand waste collection infrastructure in middle and low income countries. Plastic obviously has its place and sometimes is essential, but most of what we use it for is totally not.
Yep.
Meaningful change will have to come from commitments from governments around the world. But with any hope, one day we'll get there. Until then, efforts are focused around cleanup efforts, like catching trash that flows from rivers before it ends up in the ocean. After all, 80% of river plastic comes from just 1,000 rivers in the world. If we can
And Andrew's back in the chat. I have a hockey game on the tube, paleontologizing on one computer monitor, and I'm reviewing a manuscript on the other. It's that. That's a scientist at work there. Andrew, I'm flattered that we get to be part of your after-hours routine. That warms my heart. Always good to see you here in the chat, Andrew. Everybody, that, by the way, is curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Museum in St. George, Utah, Andrew Milner there. Elite paleontologist,
WD-40 Snake gifted a tier 1 sub
as he's
to
been
Leap Year
described
Girl.
before in news
This
reports.
is their first gift sub in the channel.
And WD-40's one. Hey, thank you for that gift sub to Leap Year Girl. Excellent. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, thank you.
catch the plastic at its source, so much damage to the ocean could be prevented. And this is exactly what the Ocean Cleanup Project is working to do. They've invented a solar-powered trash interceptor, where trash flowing down the river is guided to a conveyor belt and then loaded into a dumpster, which is then taken to a waste facility.
Very
Currently, there are only 3 interceptors deployed, one in Indonesia.
Deploy the interceptors. What a cool name.
One in Malaysia, and one in the Dominican Republic. To scale the project up to tackle 1,000 rivers, more government cooperation is needed and also more funding.
I wonder if this video was produced before the one in Boston came online. This is from 4 years ago. What's it called again? Is it Boston? What's it called? It's got big googly eyes on it. Somebody in chat knows what I'm talking about. Yes, the trash wheel. In Baltimore, not Boston. I'm sorry. Yeah, check this out. And hang on, WD-40 says, Libby said you were talking about turtles, and
I like turtles.
I like turtles too. There. One way that we can keep plastic out of their home is with this.
Mr. Trash Wheel is gobbling up garbage in Baltimore, Maryland, winning hearts and minds and making a real impact
be
on
more.
the community that was once plagued by garbage flowing into the Baltimore harbor.
I love this.
You may have heard of him or her or Captain Trash Wheel. Maybe you've seen one on Twitter or taken a selfie next to one in person. Trash Wheel interceptors are working day and night, 24/7 to clean up.
And I agree. Charlie's Dragon says putting googly eyes on it is such a good idea for public perception. Absolutely.
Garbage that's floating down waterways, which eventually empty out into the ocean. Mr. Trash Wheel was first installed in Baltimore's beautiful Jones Falls stream in 2014. Since its installation, it has intercepted over 3 million pounds of trash. I'd call that a great success, and it's all the brainchild of an inventor named John Kellett, who is the creator of the original Mr. Trash Wheel and the founder of Clearwater Mills in Baltimore, Maryland.
Nice. Good friend John. Hi, John.
John saw a problem in Baltimore that was affecting the environment, the wildlife, local businesses, and the aesthetic beauty of the incredible Baltimore harbor. He literally drew up his idea on a napkin, made a small working prototype, and then set the wheel in motion, making it a reality.
Morning, John.
Awesome.
No way a million people are going to see this, don't worry.
And it has had a major impact on the city of Baltimore and will soon be helping clean other cities and other countries around the globe.
Nice.
So I worked on Baltimore Harbor for about 20 years, and on a daily basis, I was confronted with trash in the harbor. Baltimore has a beautiful harbor, but it has been impacted negatively by the trash. And it didn't take a lot of investigation to realize the trash is not coming from people walking around the harbor and throwing their trash into the harbor. It comes from the land sources, and it gets washed by the storm water down the storm drains and into the creeks, and then into the main river that feeds the inner harbor.
And that's interesting that, like, you would have imagined just, oh yeah, people walking around with garbage and they just throw it into the harbor. That's not how it works. Just like when anytime I visit like Wyoming or Montana or Utah, it's the same deal where you might be walking along the side of the road and there's just garbage everywhere. Like when I was in Utah this past year, I had a tire blowout on my way back from the field. This would have been August 2025. And so I, pulled over to the side of the road. Luckily, I was able to get control of the vehicle and
really spectacular, spared no expense.
Thank you, Golganek, for gifting Andrew there. Really appreciate that.
They have given 532 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Golganek, for gifting Andrew. I appreciate that. Yeah, just catastrophic tire failure there. So I had to pull over to the side of the road, and first I managed to grab the shredded tire off the highway so that it wouldn't become litter. But I'm in the middle of, I think it was Sago Canyon. Driving west, back toward Nevada and then California. So I was able to set up my little satellite dish and call a tow truck because I didn't get any cell phone reception there. Anyways, working out, worked out about as well as it could. But anyway, the point is, I'm hanging out by the side of the road. I'm like, let me go for a little walk through the woods while I'm waiting for the tow truck. So it's this, what looks like a beautiful forested canyon there. And it should be like a pristine, untouched environment, right? But no, you get off the road and you walk around just a little bit and there's just trash everywhere. It's just all over the place. Little bits of trash. Candy bar wrappers and cigarette packages and plastic bottles and just all kinds of garbage everywhere. And I realized this is not from people throwing garbage out the window, at least not for the most part. And as I'm sitting there waiting for the tow truck, I saw some vehicles drive by, pickup trucks, and I saw why this happened. There's garbage flying out of the back of pickup truck beds. And I remembered back when I lived in Montana that, like, I would see people do this all the time. They'd be walking through a parking lot, and maybe they're eating a candy bar or something, and then they would just throw the garbage into the back of a pickup truck in the parking lot. People just treat the back of pickup trucks like they're a garbage can. And almost like it's magic. Like, oh yeah, out of sight, out of mind. It just disappears when you throw it. No, those things fly out when you get up to highway speed. And I think that's exactly what was happening here. So anyway, it would be interesting to, like, see real numbers on this if somebody were to actually do a study. But anecdotally speaking, it seems to me like states that have a higher proportion of pickup trucks on the road have much more litter on the side of the road too. And I think that's the reason why. I think people are just throwing garbage into the back of into the pickup truck beds, and then, yeah. And there you go, Blind 06. Yeah, that's another thing too. Yeah. People hauling off stuff to the dump, or yeah, to landfill. But anyway, yeah, that's the thing. Anyway, this is cool to see.
The creeks, then into the main river that feeds the inner harbor. Eventually, all that trash makes it into the Atlantic Ocean. I would cross the footbridge on the promenade across the main river that feeds the inner harbor and see the trash is flowing into the harbor. And I said, you know, there should be a way to stop this trash before it spreads out. The mouth of the river seemed like the logical place to do it. And I did some research to see if there was anything out there that could tackle that job. And I came up with nothing. So I said, well, maybe I should give it a try.
The trash wheel employs a simple technology using a water mill, which is turned by the flowing river and powers a system of pulleys, which pull a conveyor belt and an array of rakes, which help scoop the floating debris onto the trash wheel.
So cool.
Which is then emptied into a large dumpster inside Mr. Trash Wheel. The dumpsters are easily removed and emptied by a small crew as they get full.
We got a fresh, clean, empty dumpster over there.
The trash wheels are outfitted with solar panels, which store power inside batteries on board Mr. Trash Wheel for times when the river might not be flowing fast enough to turn the water wheel. John is able to switch on pumps remotely from his smartphone, which will then pump water onto the water wheel so it never stops turning and gobbling garbage. Mr. Trash Wheel.
And you're from Baltimore and you've seen this. Nice.
So John could see what's going on in the trash wheel via webcam and take any action if needed.
Really neat.
John Kellett reached out to the city of Baltimore, who was open to ideas on how to combat trash flowing into the harbor, and eventually partnered with a nonprofit called the Able Foundation, who put up the money to develop and refine the trash wheel concept. After much trial and error, the trash wheel was eventually manufactured and deployed into Baltimore's harbor. Once Mr. Trash Wheel was operational, local businesses and community leaders noticed an immediate difference in the pollution flowing into the harbor and took action to make Mr. Trash Wheel.
I mean, again, that's remarkable. Look at that.
Mr. Trash Wheel was operational. Local businesses and community leaders noticed an immediate difference in the pollution.
Look at that. That's all garbage right there. And I'm sure there's tree branches and sticks and stuff like that in there too, but like a huge part of this is man-made waste. What a cool thing. Geo Jim, thank you so much for the raid.
2006 is calling in with 28 raiders to talk about dinosaurs.
Welcome, welcome, Geo Jim. I hope you're doing well. It is good to see you. What kind of geological wonders were you discussing today? It's good to have you here. Thank you for raiding in. If anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick with a little channel trailer. A little intro video here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
This is what we're all about here on this channel. GeoGym does rock, absolutely.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. And then right now we're off on kind of a tangent talking about plastic pollution and how to deal with that. Because, well, we're talking about these critters. An animal that I have become obsessed with over the past year. This is the leatherback turtle, Dermichelys coriacea, the world's largest living turtle. A creature that has been swimming our planet's oceans since the Cretaceous period. At least 80 million years, if not longer. And they are at severe risk of extinction right now because of human activities. I've been getting involved in research and conservation on these critters. And we'll be doing some really cool live streams centered around leatherbacks in the coming months. But yeah, we were talking about plastic pollution, which is one of the threats to these animals, and then that brought us to Baltimore with this remarkable invention here.
Deployed into Baltimore's harbor.
And GeoJim says today was a lengthy review of common minerals and their major IGSED and meta rock types. Very cool. Shout out to sedimentary rocks, my favorite. Soft rock geologist here. Although I hesitate to call myself a geologist. My geological powers are paltry compared to those full-time geologists. Like GeoJim. If anybody's not yet following GeoJim, if you're interested in rocks, if you're interested in the history of life on the history of our planet itself, not just life on our planet, but this big rocky orb that we all stand upon, go follow GeoJim. Rocks are rad, absolutely. Anyway, thank you again, GeoJim, for the raid. I really appreciate it.
Once Mr. Trash Wheel was operational, local businesses and community leaders noticed an immediate difference in the pollution flowing into the harbor and took action to make Mr. Trash Wheel a permanent fixture. The Waterfront Partnership for Baltimore then got involved and began a campaign to produce more trash wheels and install them in more parts of Maryland as part of their Healthy Harbor initiative.
Nice.
So please join me and the crew of Clearwater Mills.
I'm gonna unveil the eyes. I guess you don't need a tarp to cover the whole thing. The eyes are enough.
In welcoming Gwenda, the Good Wheel of the West.
Mr. Trash Wheel has impacted the Baltimore Harbor in ways that we never imagined. Mr. Trash Wheel has picked up over 1,600 tons of trash and debris from the Baltimore Harbor.
Petrodactyl says you could totally paint one of those to look like Gary the Snail. You totally could. You totally could. That might be... There might be some copyright issues there. But, you know, it could be... You could do Gerald the Snail. Yeah.
Over the last 7 years. If you go to MrTrashWheel.com, you can actually download a spreadsheet of every dumpster we've pulled out of the harbor over the past 7 years with an estimate of different types of trash
data
in that dumpster. So we know, for example, that we've pulled out over 1 million styrofoam containers from the Baltimore Harbor. And that's the sort of information, data, and photos that we share with our elected officials to let them know just how big of a problem this is.
John Kellett's original idea derived from a hay baler you find on a farm. Growing up on a farm as a kid, his original idea was to have some type of machine that can go around picking up the garbage out of the water and disposing of it. But after much research and development, he settled on a concept based on the old industrial tools used for hundreds of years in large cities like Baltimore, using water wheel technology. Water mills powered Baltimore's industry for decades, providing power to textile mills, lumber yards, and helping to build up massive industrial cities over time. Mr. Trash Wheel and its cousin trash wheels resemble a large steamboat with a large water wheel constantly turning and directing trash onto the conveyor belt. And that's not all they resemble. The Waterfront Partnership for Baltimore gave Mr. Trash Wheel a persona, adding a name and a cute face with large googly eyes. Mr. Trash Wheel has an online media presence to increase the Trash Wheel's profile, and now people come from all over the place to visit Mr. Trash Wheel, take selfies, and help spread the word of maintaining a clean and sustainable environment. From the looks of Mr. Trash Wheel's Twitter page, he is very popular among the locals and has spawned a small industry around his likeness, with t-shirts, group cleanup events, and even a local beer.
Nice.
Mr. Trash Wheel has some relatives, including Professor Trash Wheel, Captain Trash Wheel, and Gwenda the Good Wheel of the West, all of whom have their own likes and dislikes on their public profiles online. The Trash Wheels have a reputation for being able to gobble up larger pieces of trash, like a guitar, a full-size beer keg, and on one occasion, a ball python who escaped from its owner and made a home for itself on the warm battery casing of one of the trash wheels.
Oh my goodness.
The trash wheels do not harm animals and instead are kind of a refuge for creatures looking for a safe place to nest, like this duck who laid eggs underneath the conveyor belt, and for fish who enjoy the oxygenated water as the wheel turns in the river. John Kellett is extremely proud of what he's been able to do for the community, as he should be, and he's also blown away at how this idea has evolved over time.
That's so cool.
I never envisioned that we would have googly eyes on this machine with and a name for it, and a beer, and a Trash Wheel t-shirts, and a Trash Wheel fan club, and a Trash Wheel fan fest, and it's kind of beyond my wildest dreams with what's happened in Baltimore with it. And it's not just Baltimore, it has a following all over. People come from miles away to come see Mr. Trash Wheel. Never would I have imagined that. So I'm kind of still regularly sort of, scratching my head saying, I can't believe this little idea that I came up with on a napkin has had this sort of impact. But I'm very pleased that it has.
If you are a city leader or official, you can adopt your own trash wheel at mrtrashwheel.com.
Well, for all the city officials who are watching this stream right now, take note.
And reap the benefits of a cleaner, more sparkling city harbor, which I'm sure local business owners and residents will appreciate. The trash wheels are not the solution, however. They're just a small band-aid on a plastic pollution crisis that is plaguing our world. It will take education, lifestyle changes, and a major shift in the plastic producing industry to really turn this issue around. If you like this video, give us a like and ring that bell for more videos from CNET's YouTube channel.
Hang on. Did these just glow for a second when he said that? Is that like a new YouTube feature?
Like and ring that bell for more videos from CNET's YouTube lifestyle changes and a major shift in the plastic producing industry to really turn this issue around. If you like this video, give us a like and ring.
It did. Wild. Okay. Anyway, here's a link to that video right there. Carpe Demon says, I hope they put more of these things in waterways across the globe. Let's have a look at the site. Because they're... Okay, Four Corners of Baltimore Harbor. Professor Trash Wheel. Cool. She's got a chemistry flask right there. Are there not more around the world? Sponsorships. Let's see. Here we go. Working with Kellett, Panamanian officials were able to secure a grant to place a trash wheel in Panama City, Panama. The wheel began operating in September 2022 on the Juan Diaz River. Nice. And Newport Beach on San Diego Creek. In San Diego, California. Very, very cool. Yeah. But this one does not appear it will be affixed with googly eyes. That seems like a missed opportunity.
Newport Beach is known throughout the world for its stunning coastline and vibrant recreational harbor. But keeping them clean is a tremendous challenge. Every year, hundreds of tons of floating trash and debris flow into Newport Bay through the San Diego Creek. Now, the city of Newport Beach has an innovative way to keep most of that trash from entering the bay. Meet the Newport Bay Trash Interceptor, a cutting-edge, sustainably powered system designed to capture floating trash before it reaches
already
our
there.
bay.
You should go see it, H. Motokai. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
When was this? 11 months ago. Wow.
All right, congratulations.
Okay, pretty new.
This project was designed to capture up to 80% of the floating trash and debris that comes down San Diego Creek during a storm, during the wet weather. We forecast between 100 and 300 tons a year of debris that this machine is going to capture. So we're quite proud of it.
Now fully operational, this innovative device is set to remove up to 80% of floating debris from San Diego Creek. Here's how it works. A boom system directs floating trash toward the interceptor. A spinning rake moves the trash onto a conveyor belt.
They almost need to have like the how it's made music and narration here.
Which then deposits it into a collection container. Once full, the container is transported to a trash truck for proper disposal. And the best part? It's powered by the river's current and solar energy, making it an environmentally friendly solution. With support from our funding partners, this $5.5 million project supplements other city efforts to keep our waters clean, such as trash booms, floating skimmers, and storm drain collection systems. By removing harmful debris before it reaches sensitive aquatic environments, the Trash Interceptor helps protect marine life, improve water quality, and preserve Newport's natural beauty for generations to come.
Here we are celebrating the Newport Beach Trash Interceptor. Over a decade's worth of work to help collect trash from the San Diego Creek before it ever enters the upper Newport Bay. Hundreds of tons of trash on an annual basis.
Newport
I agree,
Beach is
Snowdenchi,
committed to environmental stewardship. With the Newport Bay Trash Interceptor, we're taking a...
So this is cool. Given that this has got to be like a tidal estuary here, the device is designed, I guess, to move up and down these poles when the tide comes up. This is still held in place by those, but I'm sure it's got little rollers here, so the whole apparatus can move up with the tide and then down with low tide.
big step toward a cleaner, healthier bay.
You'll visit San Diego next week, H. Monokai? Well, let's look it up. Newport Beach Trash Interceptor. Here. There's Newport Beach there. Where is the trash interceptor? I would imagine it would be on like one of the choke points here. Like I would put it maybe here or something like that. Right there. So right near the mouth of Bonita Creek. I don't know if I'm able to find it using this view. I'm not local to this area. I don't know this area. But yeah. That's cool. H Motokai, if you go there, take some pictures. You have my permission to post those in the Thursday Birds Day channel on the Discord if you want to. We will allow a non-bird photo there because this is special. If you want to. Yeah. But yeah. And nice, HGC Karn. Yeah, I was just in San Diego for TwitchCon last year. I will not be going this year, unfortunately, because it happens to be the same weekend as the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. But, anyway. Back to marine turtles here, and, this is how we got off on this tangent on the first place.
What the Ocean Cleanup Project is working to do. They've invented a solar-powered trash interceptor, where trash flowing down the river is guided to a conveyor belt and then loaded into a dumpster, which is then taken to a waste facility. Currently, there are only 3 interceptors deployed, one in Indonesia, one in Malaysia, and one in the Dominican Republic. To scale the project up to tackle 1,000 rivers, more government cooperation is needed and also more funding. And this is the purpose of Team Seas. Team Seas is a global campaign to raise 30 million.
Anywho, this feels like an ad. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. $sellers to clean up. Head to teamseas.org. As for hope for the turtles, in the 1940s, incredible video was taken of what is now estimated to be around 40,000 Kemp's Ridley turtles.
Yeah, the Aribata. This is, as I've heard it said, one of the most remarkable phenomena in nature. Really cool story here where, like, locals had tales of this, and sea turtle researchers, they're like, where do these Ridley turtles nest? Nobody knew, but the local people knew. It had stories about this. Yeah, there are tens of thousands of them that come out all at the same time, and they nest in this giant accumulation of turtles. They just storm the beach like it's D-Day.
Nesting in one area. A turtle that today is the rarest and most endangered of all sea turtles. By 1985, only 700 nests for this turtle were found.
So these are, I think, green sea turtles that they're showing. Again, they're showing the wrong species of turtle.
Found worldwide the entire year. The Kemp's Ridley turtle was on a fast track to extinction due to human damage. But thanks to conservation efforts, the trend slowly turned in the early 2000s. A combination of nesting beach protection and improved fisheries regulation saved this rarest of all sea turtles from the brink of extinction, and is now estimated to be over 22,000 individuals strong.
Wrong species.
With more hard work, these numbers can continue to improve. Hope for the turtles is very much alive. We can do better. We already have, and we already are.
Good stuff. It wasn't too sour of a note to end that video on, but there's a link to it there. Marine turtles are such incredible animals, and especially leatherbacks, I'm so excited to get more involved with their research and conservation. A new poster incoming. We'll see if I present anything this year at SVP Gravity, because I do know where to find you. Thank you again, yes. Yeah, at this year's SVP, I might not be presenting any research. I might have something more important to do. Again, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology is our global society for scientists who study fossil bones. It is in Cleveland this year. And I'm planning on, streaming SVP. Last year, my presentation was all about paleontological outreach via live stream. I'll show you that poster real quick. Research, SVP 2025, poster. There we go. Here is my poster from the past year. My point in doing this was to try and encourage other paleontologists to do live streams from the field, or kind of think about paleontological outreach in new ways. Think about harnessing online tools to be able to reach a wider audience and get people excited about our science on the internet, you know? So this is what I was presenting to my colleagues. This is my research poster. Here, I'll find a photo of me presenting it. There we go. Yeah, me at SVP. This next year, you know, it's a lot of work to put together a talk or especially a poster like this. I might be not doing that this next year because I want to provide an avenue for other paleontologists to showcase their work via live stream. So my idea is like this. To do almost like a post-game sports press conference, but instead about people's research. So you just gave a talk or you just presented a poster on your research. Come over to my booth. Let's talk about your work to the audience at home. Let's ask some questions. Let's also use this as a fundraiser for SVP too. Use that charity mode that we've got here on Twitch and try and raise some money for SVP. I think this would be a wonderful way to help different members of SVP reach a wider audience, communicate their work to a wider public, and give them some media practice as well. I think it's a win-win-win for everybody. So, yeah, I've been talking with
Here's some objects.
The SVP leadership about this.
And authentic. Because
XVR.
Out so long ago, their fossil bones
I appreciate that, XVR. Thank you for the 17
I'm
months.
available to show up to SVP and assist you.
I appreciate that, XVR. Thank you, thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah. I don't know, there's a lot of details I gotta figure out first, but yeah, I think this would be cool. And maybe we'll even get sponsors so that we can have you know, like a tiled background like this. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be really cool. And Casey says, love it. Live interviews about the latest research would be a great way to get the public involved in the latest paleontology. Exactly, Casey. Exactly. Yeah. Raise some money for SVP. In the meantime, give people media experience, practice. And I just think it'd be a ton of fun, you know? One of the things that I struggle with at conferences like this is just being able to catch everything. Especially like in 2024, I gave 2 different poster presentations that I was first author on, which meant that there were 2 whole poster sessions that I missed, essentially, because I had to be there next to my poster to answer questions and talk to folks. So that means all the other posters around me, I didn't really get to see. And this past year at SVP, I had to tear myself away from my poster for a little while, because that was the same time that all of the fossil turtle people were giving their poster presentations, and I really didn't want to miss the leatherback presentations. Like, I wanted to be able to go talk to those researchers about their work. But since they were presenting at the same time as me, like, I missed half of my own poster session. I won't have to worry about that this year, because hopefully they'll want to come over and talk to me and show off their work live on stream, you know? So it'd be like I get a front row seat to other people's presentations. I can ask whatever questions I want, and you've got a front row seat too in the audience here on Twitch. I'm really excited about this idea, and I need to put together like a slide deck presentation so that I can kind of sell this to the other SVP leadership. But I'm jazzed about it. It's gonna be cool. Yeah. And yeah, Andrew says, I missed your poster last year because I was giving mine. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, I'm excited about SVP this year. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It does mean that I have to miss TwitchCon because it's the same weekend. 52 weekends out of the year, and SVP and TwitchCon have to be the same one. But I'm gonna do SVP. Anyhow. With that said, we're gonna wrap up today's stream because my earbud battery on it is dying. It's beeping at me. I started today's stream a little bit late. We're going to be wrapping up right on time, so sorry it's a half an hour shorter than it would be normally, but we're going to wrap things up here. Let's put a Smilodon under our credits for today. There we go. And don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch, if we can. Let's see who else is on right now. And I hope to see you tomorrow too, Andrew. We've got a few different dinosaur paleontology topics we could discuss. I hear we've got a brand new ornithopod from China, I think, to talk about. So we could get into that. Or some other stuff. Who else do we have live on Twitch right now? Nerdowino is on. Thank you for the follow there, Sogatho. Sneaking that one right under the door right before we wrap up. I appreciate that, Sogatho. Thank you for following. And Sim Feliz, how are you doing? Thanks for chiming in there. Good to see you too. Let's go right into Nerdowino, who is and Taurasian Oceanic Anoxic Event. Sogatho, I don't really know enough about that. I'm not really like a Cretaceous marine guy. We could talk to Jim Kirkland about that at some point. Or maybe ask me tomorrow and we can dive in. But, yeah. Is that the one that did in the ichthyosaurs? No, it's not. Unless you're talking about Turonian. No, this is in the latter part of the lower Jurassic. Right. Yeah, I don't know a great deal about that, but we can certainly talk about it tomorrow if you'd like to. Anyway, for right now, we're going to be raiding into Nerdowino, who is a former NASA scientist and current astronomer, doing some science outreach here on Twitch. Let's go see what he's up to. Thank you again to everybody who showed up in our credits, from raiders and new followers to subscribers and gifters and cheerers, the people who support this channel financially. I could not do this without you, and I am deeply grateful for your support. Likewise to the moderators who do their utmost to keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I appreciate you more than you know, mods. Love you all. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. If you can show up, I'll be here. Take care, everybody. Let's go right into Nerduino.